So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Naruto was reincarnation of Smoker from One Piece. So yeah, if you know, he is a marine. So this is gonna be very interesting video, so watch till end. And I have divided this video in 7 chapters, so watch till end. This will be very interesting video. So without wasting any more time, let's jump right back into the video.
Chapter 1, Ash Before Dawn. The soul forged in billowing smoke. Death was supposed to be clean. A line drawn. A door closed. A final breath, a final thought, and then whatever waited beyond the edge of the world. But for one man, death arrived with smoke in his lungs, copper on his tongue, and the ugly certainty that the job was unfinished. He remembered the sea first, not the sound of it, not the smell. The weight, the way the ocean pressed against the hull of a marine ship in the gray hours before sunrise. The way the world looked when everything was mist, salt, and duty. The way pirates always laughed until someone finally put a boot on the deck and told them the chase was over. Vice Admiral Smoker had built his life around that moment, the end of the chase. He had never cared much for speeches. Never cared for praise. Never cared for the kind of justice that looked good on posters and collapsed the second it met real blood, real corruption, real cowards hiding behind uniforms. Justice was not clean. Justice was not bright. Justice was work. And work did not end just because a man's body failed. His last thought was not fear, not regret, not even anger. It was simple, not like this. Then something caught him, not hands. Not exactly. Something colder than death itself reached through the place where souls were supposed to fall and seized him like contraband being pulled from a ship's hidden compartment. For one impossible second, Smoker saw a thing that no living man was meant to see, a god's hand, bone white, vast, wrapped in prayer paper and death. Its fingers closed around another soul at the same time as his, something tiny, unfinished, bright in the way a candle was bright before the wind found it, an infant, no memories. No decisions, no sins, no justice, no name that mattered yet, only potential. The God hand dragged them both through a tear in reality. Smoker tried to resist. Of course he did. His soul did what his body had always done. It pushed back. It hardened. It refused to be moved without cause, but the infant soul did not push, it opened, and that was worse. The collision did not feel like impact, it felt like drowning in someone else's beginning, memories shattered, names cracked. The smell of salt water became the smell of antiseptic. The deck of a marine warship became a cold floor stained with seal ink. A coat with the word justice on its back became a blanket wrapped around a screaming newborn. The infant did not have enough shape to reject him. Smoker had too much shape to disappear. So the universe made a compromise, a cruel one. The child lived. The man did not die properly. And somewhere, deep beneath the skin of a newborn named Naruto Uzumaki, smoke curled around the place where a child's first dream should have been. The first thing Naruto learned was that crying changed nothing. He discovered this before words, before walking, before understanding why the people who looked at him did not look at other children the same way. Crying brought no warmth. Crying brought no food faster. Crying did not make the old man with the soft eyes stay longer, so he stopped. The nurses noticed first. Babies cried. That was what babies did. They screamed when hungry, wailed when cold, kicked when afraid. Naruto watched. That was worse. A baby with blue eyes too sharp for his face, lying in a crib with his little hands folded against his stomach, tracking movement across the room like he was memorizing guard rotations. One nurse said he was quiet, another said he was eerie. A third, who had been on duty the night the Nine Tails attacked, refused to enter the room alone. The third Hokage dismissed the rumors at first. People were grieving. Konoha had buried too many bodies. They needed a shape for their fear, and the orphan child of the disaster had become an easy place to put it. That was what Hiruzen Sarutobi told himself, at first. Then Naruto began to grow. At 2, he stopped reaching for toys that were placed too far away. Instead, he stared at them until an adult moved them closer. not with pleading, with assessment. At 3, he began speaking in full sentences, not childish ones, not the broken, wandering language of a toddler still discovering the world. He spoke like someone who had decided words were tools and refused to waste them. Food is late. That man is lying. Door hinge is loose. The caretakers laughed nervously when he said things like that. Then, slowly, they stopped laughing, because he was usually correct. By the time Naruto Uzumaki turned 4, everyone in the market district knew 3 things about him. He was the fox child. He did not cry. And sometimes, when he breathed out, thin white smoke slipped between his teeth. No cigarette, no pipe, no flame, just smoke. It came when he was irritated, when he was thinking, when the world became too loud, too crowded, too inefficient. A faint white wisp would curl from his mouth or drift from his fingertips, disappearing before anyone could prove they had seen it. The villagers hated it. Fear was easier when it had proof. The incident happened near the vegetable stalls before dawn, when the market was half awake and the workers were still arranging baskets under canvas roofs. Naruto was small for his age, dressed in a faded orange shirt 2 sizes too large and sandals that slapped against the stone street. He carried a paper bag with rice, dried fish, and 2 bruised apples the shopkeeper had given him at half price only because the hawkage's office paid his tab. He was halfway past the alley when the children stepped out. There were 5 of them, older. 6, maybe 7. One was the son of a weapons merchant. One had a father in the mission office. Another had lost an uncle during the attack and had grown up hearing the same sentence whispered over dinner again and again. That thing should never have been allowed to live. Children did not invent cruelty. They inherited it, sharpened it, and used it without understanding the weight. The ringleader blocked Naruto's path with a wooden practice kunai in his hand. "My dad says you're not supposed to be here." Naruto stopped. He looked at the boy, then at the alley, then at the 2 children moving behind him to cut off retreat. His expression did not change. "That is not your father's decision." The boy blinked. Insults were expected. Fear was expected, maybe shouting, "Not that! You think you're smart?" "No." Naruto shifted the grocery bag to his left arm. "I think you're blocking the street." The boy's face turned red. He swung the wooden kunai, not hard enough to kill, not even hard enough to break bone, but hard enough to hurt. Hard enough to teach a lesson adults had failed to deliver directly, but had absolutely allowed to form in the space around him. Naruto did not dodge. The kunai passed through his right shoulder, through it. For 1 second, his arm dissolved from elbow to collarbone into pale, curling smoke. The wooden blade cut empty air. Everyone froze. Naruto looked down at his shoulder with mild interest, as if checking the result of an experiment. Then his smoke arm moved. It did not strike. It stretched. White vapor snapped forward in a thin coil, reformed around the ringleader's wrist, and held him in place. The boy screamed, not because it hurt, because Naruto's hand was not fully a hand anymore. It was smoke pretending to be fingers. The market went silent. A basket of radishes slipped from a woman's grip and spilled across the street. The ringleader dropped the wooden kunai. It clattered against stone. Naruto released him immediately. "Do not attack people you cannot hit," Naruto said. Then he picked up his grocery bag and walked away. He did not run. That was what made the story grow teeth. By noon, the incident had reached the Hawkage Tower. By evening, it had changed. The fox child had turned into smoke. The fox child had grabbed a boy with a demon claw. The fox child had tried to drag someone into hell. By nightfall, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood alone in his office, staring at the report on his desk, and felt something old and cold settle behind his ribs. A Kekkei Genkai. That was the first possibility, some unknown bloodline from Kushina's side, perhaps. Uzumaki chakra had always been strange. Their sealing arts had touched places most shinobi were wise enough to avoid. It was possible the boy had inherited something that Konoha had simply never documented. But Hiruzen had known Kushina, he had known Minato. There had been no smoke, no intangibility, no body conversion. No report anywhere in the archives that explained a 4-year-old child turning his arm into vapor. The second possibility was worse. The 9 tails. But that made no sense either. The fox's chakra was not quiet. It was red, violent, corrosive. It burned, it clawed, it roared. This smoke had not felt like that, according to the censor who arrived after the incident. It was chakra, yes, but controlled. Cold, disciplined, that word bothered Hiruzen most of all. Disciplined. A child should not have discipline like that. A child should have impulses, needs, wants, small disasters of emotion. Naruto Uzumaki had none of the things Hiruzen had expected him to have. That night, the Hokage lit his pipe and watched smoke gather near the ceiling. For the first time in years, the smell brought him no comfort. 2 years passed before Hiruzen summoned Naruto for a formal assessment. He did it gently, or at least tried to. There was no Anbu escort visible. No interrogation room, no sealing chamber hidden beneath the tower. Just the Hokage's office in the late afternoon, with sunlight through the windows and mission scrolls stacked neatly across the desk. Naruto entered without looking around, 6 years old. Short, fair-haired, whisker marks on his cheeks, blue eyes clear and unreadable. He wore a plain gray shirt today, not orange. Hiruzen noticed that immediately. Someone in the orphanage must have finally convinced him that bright clothing drew attention, or perhaps Naruto had noticed on his own. "Hello, Naruto," Hiruzen said warmly. "Please sit." Naruto sat. His back was straight, feet planted, hands resting on his knees, not like a child in front of a grandfather figure, like a recruit in front of a commanding officer. Hiruzen kept his smile. "Do you know why I asked you here?" "Assessment," Naruto said. Hiruzen's pipe paused halfway to his mouth. "What makes you say that? You sent 2 Anbu to observe me last week. Cat Mask and Bird Mask. Bird Mask has a limp on the left side. Cat Mask favors short-range weapons. They followed at rooftop distance but changed pattern after I looked up twice. That suggests evaluation, not protection." Silence. Outside the window, a bird landed on the railing, then flew away. Hiruzen lowered the pipe. "You noticed them?" "Yes." "For how long?" 7 months. Hiruzen did not react outwardly. Inside, something tightened. "I see." Naruto waited. Children filled silence when adults left it open. They asked questions. They fidgeted. They tried to earn approval, escape punishment, or understand the emotional temperature of the room. Naruto did none of those things, so Hiruzen began. He asked simple questions first. How was Naruto sleeping efficiently? Was he eating enough? Enough to function? Did he have problems with other children? They attempt harassment. I discourage escalation. Did he feel lonely? No. Hiruzen leaned back slightly. No. Naruto blinked once. Loneliness requires expectation of company. For a moment, the old Hokage could not speak. There was a terrible neatness to the answer. Not bitterness, not sadness, just logic sharpened until it could cut the hand that held it. Hiruzen tried a different direction. "Naruto, what do you want to become when you grow older?" At last, something changed in the boy's face, not emotion. Consideration, as if he had been asked a question with too many possible tactical interpretations. "Within the village structure, if you like." "Shinobi." "That is a profession," Hiruzen said gently. "I asked what you want to become." Naruto's eyes remained fixed on him. "Effective." The word landed harder than it should have. Hiruzen had prepared himself for many possibilities. Hokage, strongest ninja, someone respected, someone acknowledged, even revenge if the village's cruelty had taken deeper root than he wished to admit. But not effective. That was not a dream. That was a function. Effective at what? Hiruzen asked. Naruto looked at the mission scrolls on the desk, at ending problems. The office felt colder. Hiruzen studied him then, truly studied him, and saw the outline of a future he had never intended. Minato's son had been meant to become a bridge. A symbol. The child who carried the village's greatest wound and turned it into proof that Konoha could endure. A boy who would stumble, suffer, laugh, shout, demand love so loudly that the village would eventually be forced to answer. A Jinchuriki who became human in their eyes because he refused to stop reaching for them. That was the hope. That was the story Hiruzen had quietly been counting on, but the boy across from him was not reaching. He was watching. And worse, he seemed to understand the village more clearly than the village understood him. Hiruzen set his pipe down. Naruto, your smoke ability, can you control it? Yes. Does it hurt? No. Does it come from the nine tails? For the first time, Naruto's eyes sharpened. I don't know. Honest. Hiruzen heard that, not defensive, not evasive, honest. Have you spoken to the fox? No. Have you felt it? Naruto was quiet for exactly 3 seconds. Yes. Hiruzen waited. Naruto continued. There is a locked space inside my chakra system. It is loud behind the lock, angry, large. Inefficient. Despite himself, Hiruzen almost smiled. Inefficient. It expends too much force without direction. The smile died before it formed. Hiruzen thought of the 9 tails, of burning streets and crushed buildings, and the 4th Hokage giving his life to stop a force of nature. Then he looked at the 6-year-old boy who had just described that same force as poorly managed output. What do you intend to do about it? Hiruzen asked carefully. Naruto tilted his head. Nothing yet. Yet! I lack information. That answer should have reassured him. It did not. When Naruto left the office, Hiruzen remained seated for a long time. The Anbu commander appeared soundlessly near the window. Well, Hiruzen asked. The masked shinobi hesitated. That alone was unusual. He is not hostile. No, he is not unstable. No, he is also not a child. Hiruzen closed his eyes. Somewhere below, in the village streets, Naruto Uzumaki walked back toward an apartment no one visited and no one wanted to live near. Keep watching him, Hiruzen said. The Anbu commander bowed. And if he notices? Hiruzen opened his eyes. He already has. At 8 years old, Naruto entered the academy. The instructors expected trouble. They had all heard stories. Some believed them. Some didn't. A few had seen enough of the boy's smoke to know that the truth was probably worse than the rumors. Iruka Umino was one of the few who tried to approach the situation like a teacher, not a guard, not a judge, a teacher. On the first day he called Naruto's name during roll. Naruto Uzumaki. Present, no shouting, no grin, no hand waving in the air, just the word. Iruka looked up. Naruto sat near the back, not because he was trying to avoid attention, but because the back corner gave him sightlines to the door, the windows, and every student in the room. Iruka noticed, so did Sasuke Uchiha. That was the first time Sasuke truly looked at him. Most of the class looked at Sasuke like he was a story they were lucky to witness. The last Uchiha. The survivor. The genius. The boy wrapped in tragedy like a cloak. Naruto looked at him once, measured him, and then looked away, not impressed, not pitying, not interested. Sasuke hated him immediately. Then, 5 minutes later, he respected him. That made the hatred worse. Academy life did not suit Naruto, but not because he was bad at it. He was good at the parts that mattered and indifferent to the parts that did not. He memorized hand signs quickly. He understood trap placement faster than most students twice his age. His taijutsu was not strong exactly, but it was economical. He wasted no movement. He did not chase flashy strikes. He stepped inside guards, controlled wrists, attacked balance, and ended sparring matches with his opponent unable to continue without ever making it look dramatic. The problem was chakra volume. On paper, Naruto's reserves were unimpressive, not dangerously low, not civilian low, but nowhere near what the teachers expected from an Uzumaki, and nowhere near what a Jinchuriki should have displayed. His control, however, was unsettling. Children leaked chakra. They overpushed, underpushed, panicked, surged. Naruto did not. When asked to stick a leaf to his forehead with chakra, he kept it there for 4 hours while taking notes. When told to walk up a practice wall, he failed once, adjusted, and then completed the exercise without visible strain. When told to create a basic clone, his first attempt produced a thin, pale copy that dissolved into smoke instead of collapsing. The instructor marked it as a failure. Naruto looked at the smoke drifting away and wrote something in the margin of his notebook. Iruka later checked the page. Standard clone technique incompatible with body conversion chakra pattern. Investigate adaptation, not try harder, not I'll show them, investigate adaptation. Iruka kept the notebook page in mind for weeks. The first major sparring incident happened in early winter. The class was paired for basic taijutsu assessment. No weapons, no ninjutsu, clean contact only. Naruto was matched against a boy from a minor shinobi family who had spent the morning loudly explaining that bloodline freaks were only dangerous if people let them be. Uruka nearly changed the match. Then he saw Naruto watching him, not pleading, not worried, waiting to see if the instructor would interfere with procedure. Uruka let the match proceed. Begin. The other boy rushed, too fast. Angry, overcommitted, Naruto stood still until the punch came within an inch of his chest. Then the fist passed through him. His torso opened into smoke. The boy stumbled through the empty space where Naruto's ribs should have been, eyes wide, momentum carrying him forward. Naruto reformed behind him. One hand closed lightly around the back of the boy's collar. The other touched 2 fingers to the side of his neck. Dead, Naruto said. The word was flat. The class went silent. Then everyone began shouting at once. The boy fell backwards, scrambling away, face pale. You cheated! Naruto looked at Uruka. No ninjutsu hand signs, no weapon. Defensive body conversion only. The assistant instructor stormed forward. That technique is dangerous and unorthodox. Automatic failure. No, Uruka said. The word cut through the room. Everyone stared at him. Uruka kept his gaze on Naruto. The exercise was to avoid being struck and establish a winning position. He did that. He turned into smoke. Yes, Uruka said, and the Hyuga use Byakugan, the Nara use shadows, the Aburame use insects, Shinobi use what they have. Naruto's eyes shifted slightly. It was not gratitude, not exactly. But something registered. For the first time since entering the academy, Naruto Uzumaki looked at Uruka Umino as if the man had moved from background noise into a category that mattered. Trustworthy, not kind, not safe, trustworthy. Uruka would not understand the difference until much later. Sasuke understood it immediately. After class, he found Naruto near the edge of the training field, staring at his own hand as smoke curled between his fingers. How did you do that? Naruto did not look at him. Body conversion. That's not an answer. It is the accurate category. Sasuke's jaw tightened. Fight me? No. Why? No useful outcome. Sasuke stepped closer. I'm the best in the class. Yes. That stopped him. Naruto said it without resentment, without challenge, just confirmation. Sasuke's voice lowered. Then fight me. Naruto finally looked at him. You want proof that being the best matters? Sasuke went still. Naruto's smoke thinned around his fingers. I am not useful for that. He walked away. Sasuke stood in the cold training yard long after the other students left, fists clenched, anger burning in a shape he could not name. Naruto had not insulted him. That was the problem. An insult would have been easier. An insult would have meant Naruto cared enough to compete. Instead, Naruto had looked at Sasuke Uchiha, last son of the clan, top student, survivor of a massacre, and assessed him like a tool not yet assigned to a mission. For the first time, Sasuke wanted someone's attention and did not know how to make them give it. The years between 8 and graduation hardened Naruto in ways that were difficult for adults to measure. He did not become warmer. He did not become crueler either. He became precise. His smoke ability developed slowly, almost stubbornly. At first, only his hands and arms converted reliably. Then his shoulders, then his chest for brief moments. Full-body conversion remained dangerous. If held too long, his chakra pathways shook and his vision blurred. Naruto recorded the limits carefully. 3 seconds. 7. 12. At 10 years old, he could turn his upper body into smoke for half a minute. At 11, he could fill a classroom-sized area with a thin smoke screen, though it left him pale and hungry afterward. At 12, he could cover 10 meters with smoke dense enough to blind an opponent, move through it by sensing air pressure, and reform behind them before they knew where he had gone. His chakra reserves remained low by Jinchuriki standards. That puzzled the academy staff. It worried Hiruzen. Naruto solved around it. He did not have power to waste, so he wasted none. Where other students threw 3 kunai, Naruto threw one at the angle that forced movement. Where other students shouted attack names, Naruto exhaled smoke into the opponent's line of sight and stepped where they were least prepared. Where other students trained to hit harder, Naruto trained to make hitting unnecessary. Iruka watched him with growing concern. Not because Naruto was failing, because he was succeeding in a way that left no room for childhood. One afternoon, Iruka found him alone after class, resetting practice targets that other students had left scattered across the field. "You don't have to do that," Iruka said. Naruto continued placing the targets in a neat row. They were left in poor condition. "That's the staff's job." "Then the staff is delayed." Iruka sighed and helped him lift one of the heavier wooden frames. For a while they worked in silence. Then Iruka asked, "Naruto, do you enjoy anything?" Naruto paused. It was the wrong question, and Iruka knew it as soon as he asked. Still, Naruto considered it seriously. Clean execution. Iruka closed his eyes briefly. "I meant hobbies." "That is not a hobby." "No," Naruto seemed to file that away. "What do you enjoy, Iruka-sensei?" The question surprised him. Iruka looked across the empty field. Late sunlight washed over the academy roof. In the distance, the village moved around them, loud and alive and messy. "I enjoy seeing my students improve," he said. Naruto nodded once. "That is clean execution over time." Iruka laughed despite himself, a small sound. Tired but real. Naruto watched him with faint confusion. It occurred to Iruka then that Naruto did not dislike people, not exactly. He simply did not know what to do with anything that was not duty, threat, or function. And maybe nobody had ever given him a fourth category. Graduation arrived under a pale morning sky. Parents crowded near the academy entrance. Students whispered, bragged, trembled, smiled too brightly. Naruto stood alone by the wall. He had expected that. Expectation made most pain avoidable. Sasuke stood across the yard, also alone, but surrounded by attention anyway. Girls watched him. Boys measured themselves against him. Teachers spoke about him in lowered voices. Naruto did not look his way. Sasuke noticed. Of course he noticed. The exam was simple. Transformation technique. Clone technique. Basic tactical scenario. Naruto passed the transformation portion perfectly. Not flashy. Not comedic. A clean copy of Iruka, accurate down to scar placement and posture. His clone technique caused trouble. The first clone formed, flickered, and dissolved into smoke. The second stood for 3 seconds, then collapsed into a white haze. The third remained upright but lacked full solidity, its edges drifting like mist. The examiner frowned. "Unstable," Naruto nodded. "Yes. That is a failure of the standard clone technique." "Yes." "You understand this affects your score?" "Yes." Iruka watched from the side of the room, jaw tense. The examiner made a mark. "Demonstrate again." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, not in anger but calculation. He formed the seals slower this time, adjusted chakra flow, reduced output, reframed the technique not as independent illusion but as controlled particulate projection. Smoke gathered beside him. It formed a copy, thin, pale, ghost-like, but upright, stable. The examiner stared. "That is still not a standard clone." "No," Naruto agreed. "It is better for concealment and worse for misdirection. I can improve density with time." The examiner opened his mouth. Iruka stepped forward, mark it as partial success. "Iruka, he adapted the technique under exam conditions and maintained structure. Mark it." The examiner looked annoyed, but he made the mark. Naruto's tactical scenario score was not partial. It was perfect. No one had expected perfect. The written scenario involved a 3-person genin cell ambushed while escorting a civilian merchant through forest terrain. Most students wrote about fighting through the ambush or protecting the client. Naruto's answer began by identifying the mission as already compromised. He marked the merchant as probable bait. He identified the safest withdrawal path, the likely location of the second enemy team, and the correct choice to abandon the original route, signal for support, and preserve intelligence over cargo. Then he added an alternate plan in which the Genin team used smoke, terrain, and false retreat patterns to capture one attacker alive for interrogation. The instructor grading the exam took it to Uruka. Uruka took it to the Hokage. Hiruzen read it twice, then a third time. At the bottom of the paper, Naruto had written one final line: "Mission success is not the same as mission completion. Confirm objective before committing resources." Hiruzen set the paper down slowly. "How old is he now?" he asked, though he knew. 12, Uruka said. The Hokage looked older than he had that morning, and his chakra score, lowest in the graduating group. Tactical assessment, Uruka hesitated, highest ever recorded. Hiruzen looked toward the window. Outside, the village moved through another ordinary day, unaware that one of its children had just become something its systems had no category for: not a failure, not a prodigy in the traditional sense, not a weapon, though some would be tempted to call him one, a problem solver. That was what frightened Hiruzen most. Weapons could be sealed, prodigies could be guided, lonely children could be loved. But a problem solver eventually looked at the people around him and began deciding which problems had been allowed to exist for too long. Uruka stood quietly on the other side of the desk. "You're worried," he said. Hiruzen gave a tired smile. "I am Hokage. Worry is most of the job. With respect, Lord Third, that isn't an answer." For a moment, Hiruzen saw not the teacher, but the boy Uruka had once been, orphaned by the 9 tails, angry, wounded, still choosing every day not to pass that wound on. "I had hoped Naruto would grow into someone the village could understand," Hiruzen said. Uruka's expression hardened. "Maybe the village should work harder." The words struck sharper than expected. Hiruzen did not reprimand him, perhaps because Uruka was right, perhaps because being right did not make the problem easier. That evening, Naruto received his forehead protector. He did not celebrate. He turned the metal plate in his hands, studying the engraved leaf symbol. Uruka waited nearby, smiling with the careful hope of a man who had seen too many children hide disappointment behind indifference. "You earned it," Uruka said. Naruto tied the protector around his upper arm instead of his forehead. "Forehead placement reflects light." Uruka blinked, then laughed softly. "Of course it does." Naruto looked at him. "Thank you, Uruka-sensei." The words were plain, no dramatic pause, no swelling emotion. But Uruka felt their weight anyway. "You're welcome, Naruto." For a moment, the boy seemed about to say something else. Then a faint wisp of smoke curled from his mouth and vanished in the evening air. He turned and walked away. Uruka watched until he disappeared past the academy gate. Only then did he unfold the file in his hand and read the note he had written for Naruto's final student evaluation. He had revised it 7 times. In the end, he left it simple. Uzumaki Naruto demonstrates low raw chakra reserves compared to projected Jinchuriki standards, but possesses exceptional chakra control, advanced tactical cognition, and an unknown smoke-based transformation ability. He does not respond to praise-based motivation. He responds to competence, clarity, and trust. Uruka paused. Then, below that, he added the line that would follow Naruto into team assignment. "This student is either going to be the greatest shinobi this village produces, or its most dangerous problem." Far away, on a rooftop overlooking the village, Naruto stood alone in the dark. The academy forehead protector rested against his sleeve. The streets below glowed with lantern light. Families moved behind paper windows. Somewhere, children laughed. Somewhere else, adults whispered when they saw his shadow pass above them. Naruto inhaled, exhaled. Smoke drifted from his lips, thin and white, curling around his face before the night wind carried it away. Inside him, behind a seal he had not yet learned to read, something vast shifted in its sleep. Angry, ancient, waiting, Naruto placed one hand over his stomach, not afraid, not comforted, simply aware. "One problem at a time," he said. The smoke around him stilled. Then the newly graduated genin turned toward the Hokage monument, toward the sleeping village that feared him, needed him, and did not yet understand what it had created. By dawn, team assignments would begin. By noon, Naruto Uzumaki would meet Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Kakashi Hatake as comrades instead of classmates and strangers. By sunset, the first test of his shinobi career would be waiting. But for now, the boy with a dead marine's soul stood above Konoha and watched the village like a coastline before pursuit. No smile. No dream of becoming Hokage, no hunger for applause. Only duty. Only smoke. Only the quiet, absolute certainty that whatever came next, he would finish it. Chapter 2. White Protocol, the tactical evolution of Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki. Read the team assignment board the way other children read mission briefings they did not yet deserve. Most of the academy courtyard had erupted into noise the moment the papers went up. Cheers, groans, complaints, relieved laughter. Students shoved each other aside to find their names, then immediately began reacting as if the board had personally insulted or blessed them. Naruto did not move with the crowd. He waited until the first wave of bodies cleared, then stepped forward and scanned the list once. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura Instructor. Hatake Kakashi, he read it again, not because he needed to, because a second read reduced the chance of emotional assumptions. Uchiha Sasuke, highest overall combat performance in the graduating class, high aggression, high discipline, trauma-shaped motivation, strong clan techniques, potentially unstable under revenge triggers. Haruno Sakura, highest written scores among civilian-born students, low physical confidence, high emotional volatility in social environments, motivation unclear, possible hidden value if properly directed. Hatake Kakashi, former Anbu, Sharingan user, known for failing genin teams. Reputation for tardiness was either genuine dysfunction, deliberate test behavior, or both. Naruto adjusted the mission difficulty upward. Beside the board, Sasuke stood very still. He had also seen the assignment. For most students, being paired with Sasuke Uchiha would have been cause for celebration, jealousy, or panic. Naruto showed none of those. He turned away from the board. Sasuke noticed. Of course he noticed. That was becoming a problem. Sakura noticed too, but for entirely different reasons. Inner Sakura was having the sort of emotional meltdown that would have required structural reinforcement if it had existed outside her head. Outwardly, she clasped her hands together, cheeks pink, eyes shining with the impossible combination of victory and terror. She was on Sasuke's team. She was on Sasuke's team. She was also on Naruto's team. That part was less exciting. Naruto looked at her once. Sakura Haruno, she stiffened. What? Your written scores were high. Sakura blinked. Compliments from Naruto did not arrive wrapped like compliments. They landed on the table like evidence. Oh yeah, you retain information well, I guess. Good. Then he walked away. Sakura stared after him. That was weird. Sasuke, still watching Naruto's back, said nothing. Inside, though, something uncomfortable shifted. Naruto had evaluated Sakura before speaking. Not dismissed her, not mocked her, not flirted, not ignored. Evaluated. Sasuke hated that he wanted to be evaluated too. Their first official meeting took place in classroom 301. The new genin teams waited with their assigned instructors. One by one, Jonin arrived and collected their squads. Team 8 left, Team 10 left, others followed. Team 7 remained. An hour passed. Sakura's excitement began to rot into irritation. He's late. Sasuke leaned against the desk, arms folded, expression cold. Naruto sat near the window with a small notebook open on his knee. Sakura glanced at him. What are you writing? Pattern notes. On what? Our instructor. Sakura frowned. He isn't even here. That is the pattern. Sasuke's eyes shifted toward him. Naruto continued writing. First test began when he failed to arrive at the expected time. Sakura groaned. Or he's just lazy. Possibly. You always talk like that when accuracy is useful. Sakura opened her mouth to respond, then stopped because the door slid open. A tall man with silver hair leaned inside. One visible eye curved in what might have been a smile. His Hittite 8 covered the other eye. His mask covered most of his face. His posture said relaxed. Everything else said weapon. My first impression of you guys. Kakashi Hatake said slowly, looking over the room. His gaze paused on the chalkboard eraser trap Sakura had arranged over the door. It had not fallen because he had opened the door from the side. Then his eye moved to Sasuke. Then Sakura. Then Naruto. Naruto looked back without expression. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed almost imperceptibly. I hate you. Sakura flinched. Sasuke scoffed. Naruto wrote something down. Kakashi's eye flicked to the notebook. Interesting. Meet me on the roof. He disappeared. Sakura blinked. Did he just? Yes, Naruto said, closing the notebook. On the roof, Kakashi leaned against the railing and asked them the standard questions. Let's introduce ourselves. Likes, dislikes, dreams for the future, hobbies, that sort of thing. Sakura complained that he should go first. Kakashi gave a useless answer that revealed almost nothing. Sakura gave a loud answer that revealed too much. Sasuke gave a dark answer that revealed exactly what he intended it to reveal. Then Kakashi looked at Naruto. And you? Naruto stood with his hands at his sides. Uzumaki Naruto. Likes, efficiency, clean execution, reliable intelligence. Dislikes, wasted motion, unclear orders, emotional decision-making during active threat conditions. Hobbies, training, mapping, reading mission reports when available. Future objective, become effective enough that problems end before they spread. The roof went very quiet. Sakura stared at him. Sasuke stared harder. Kakashi's smile did not move, but something behind the visible eye sharpened. That's very specific. Yes, no dream of becoming Hokage. No. Sakura looked like someone had just told her the son had filed for retirement. But you're Naruto. Naruto turned to her. Yes, you're supposed to say something loud and stupid. I am aware of the expectation, and I declined. Sasuke made a sound. It was not quite a laugh. Kakashi heard it anyway. He pushed off the railing. Tomorrow morning, training ground 7, 6 a.m. Don't eat breakfast or you'll throw up. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Physical stress test. Kakashi's visible eye curved. Maybe. Food restriction intended to increase vulnerability and observe decision-making under discomfort. Sakura looked between them. What? Kakashi put one hand in his pocket. See you tomorrow. He vanished in a swirl of leaves. Naruto watched the spot where he had stood. Sasuke stepped beside him. You're not going to skip breakfast. No, Sakura looked horrified, but he said, he told us not to eat because hunger is part of the test, Naruto said. Small meal, high energy, nothing heavy. Sasuke's mouth tightened. You're assuming he lied. I am assuming he is competent. For some reason, Sasuke liked that answer. He did not say so. The next morning, Team 7 arrived at training ground 7 before dawn. Sakura looked nervous but had eaten half a rice ball after Naruto told her vomiting was less dangerous than fainting. Sasuke pretended not to listen and had eaten anyway. Naruto arrived first, of course. Kakashi arrived at nearly 10. The sun was already high enough to make the grass shine. Morning, Kakashi said cheerfully. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way. Sakura exploded. Naruto looked at Kakashi's sandals. Dust pattern suggests rooftop travel from the west. No detour. Kakashi paused. Sasuke looked away, hiding the smallest possible smirk. Kakashi held up 2 small bells. Your task is simple. Take these bells from me before noon. Whoever doesn't get a bell goes back to the academy. Sakura's face went pale. There are only 2 bells. That's right, Kakashi smiled. One of you is definitely being sent back. Naruto looked at the bells, then at the training ground, then at Kakashi. He did not look afraid. That bothered Kakashi. Genin were supposed to react. Fear, anger, desperation, determination. Naruto's expression said the test had finally become interesting. Begin. Sasuke vanished into the trees. Sakura hesitated, then followed. Naruto did not move. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Not hiding. No. That confidence? No. Then what? Deployment. White smoke spilled from Naruto's sleeves. Not a burst. Not an explosion. A controlled release, low and thin, crawling through the grass like morning fog. Kakashi's visible eye opened a little wider. The smoke spread outward in a circle. 5 meters. 7. 10. Naruto's body blurred at the edges. Kakashi moved first, fast, not Academy fast, not Genin fast, Jonin fast. One moment he was standing in front of Naruto. The next he was behind him, hand reaching for the back of Naruto's collar. His fingers passed through smoke. Naruto's body dissolved from the shoulders down, scattered and reformed 3 meters away. Kakashi's eyes sharpened, so the reports were accurate. No, Naruto said from the fog, they were incomplete. A shuriken came from the tree line, Sasuke. Kakashi tilted his head and avoided it easily. A second shuriken hid in the shadow of the first. Better. Kakashi leaned aside. The second shuriken struck a wire. The wire snapped tight around Kakashi's wrist. Sakura, hidden near the roots of a tree, pulled with both hands. Kakashi allowed his wrist to be caught aloud. He wanted to see the next move. Naruto's smoke thickened, visibility dropped. Kakashi listened, 3 heartbeats. Sakura left, Sasuke above, Naruto everywhere. A fireball erupted from the tree line. Kakashi blinked. Sasuke had used fire style already, risky. 2 chakra expensive for a genin this early. But the fireball was not aimed at Kakashi. It struck the smoke. Heat blasted through the field, forcing the smoke upward in a rolling white wall. For a moment, Kakashi's sightline was blocked from above and below, a classic blind pocket. Clever. Sasuke dropped through it with a kunai. Kakashi caught his wrist. Too easy. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, then his hand passed through Kakashi, substitution. The log hit the ground. Sakura shouted from behind him, throwing a second wire. Kakashi turned, Naruto reformed at his blind side, not attacking. Reaching for the bells. Kakashi twisted. Naruto's fingers brushed metal. One bell rang barely. Kakashi kicked. Naruto's torso became smoke, but not fast enough. The impact clipped his shoulder as he reformed, sending him skidding across the grass. Sasuke moved instantly, pressing the advantage. Kakashi blocked 3 strikes, caught Sasuke's ankle, and threw him towards Sakura's hiding place. Sakura yelped and barely rolled clear. Naruto rose from one knee, his right arm trembled. Again, he said. Kakashi felt something cold brush the back of his neck. He looked down. Smoke had wrapped around his ankle, not strong enough to bind him, strong enough to tell Naruto where he was. The field shifted. Sasuke noticed first. The smoke was not random anymore. It moved in channels, thinning near Sasuke's position, thickening near Sakura's, curling around Kakashi's feet. Naruto was using it as a map. No, as a command system. Sakura, frightened but not stupid, realized the pattern a second later. Where the smoke cleared, she could see. Where it thickened, she should not go. Naruto was positioning them without words. Kakashi smiled under his mask. Then Sasuke's eyes changed. One Tamo, fresh, unstable, but present. The smoke should have made the battlefield impossible for a genin. For Sasuke, with the Sharingan beginning to wake, the moving chakra pattern became readable. He saw Naruto's channels. He understood. His anger sharpened into focus. Sasuke attacked not where Kakashi was, but where Naruto's smoke predicted Kakashi would step. Kakashi dodged. Sakura threw a kunai at the place his dodge opened, not perfect, not strong, but coordinated. Kakashi had expected 3 children fighting for 2 bells. Instead, without a single speech about teamwork, Naruto had turned them into pieces on a board and given them enough structure to act like a unit. Annoying, impressive, dangerous. Kakashi stopped playing. The ground beneath Naruto erupted as Kakashi came up from below and grabbed his ankle. Hidden like a mole technique. Naruto looked down, their eyes met. Kakashi expected surprise. Naruto exhaled smoke directly into his face. Kakashi shut his eye and released the ankle for half a second. Half a second was enough. Naruto's leg converted to smoke and pulled free. At the same time, Sasuke's kunai came from the left. Sakura's wire snapped from the right. Naruto reformed low, hand reaching upward. Kakashi twisted away from Sasuke and Sakura. Exactly as Naruto had planned, Naruto's fingers closed around one bell. It came loose. The sound was tiny, clear, unmistakable. Kakashi landed 3 meters away, eye fixed on the empty string where one bell had been. The field went silent. Sakura's mouth fell open. Sasuke stared. Naruto stood, breathing harder than before, one bell in his hand. He looked at the remaining bell on Kakashi's belt. Continue. Kakashi stared at him for a long second. Then he laughed, not loudly, not warmly, a tired, disbelieving sound. No, Sakura's panic returned. What do you mean no? There's still only one bell left. Kakashi walked to the memorial posts and leaned against one. Lunch break. He pointed at Naruto. You, no food. Naruto looked at him. Punishment for success. Punishment for disobeying the spirit of the test. The stated objective was to take a bell. The real objective was teamwork. We used teamwork. You used them like field assets. Naruto did not deny it. Sasuke's face tightened. Sakura looked hurt, though she did not fully understand why. Kakashi's voice softened slightly. That's the problem. He tied Naruto to one of the posts with rope, more for theater than necessity. Sakura and Sasuke sat with their lunches. Naruto said nothing. Kakashi vanished into the trees but kept one eye on them from concealment. Sakura opened her lunch slowly. Sasuke glanced at Naruto. Naruto's eyes were closed, not sulking, conserving energy. Sakura whispered, "Are we supposed to feed him?" Sasuke frowned. Kakashi said not to. Kakashi lies. That came from Naruto. Sakura flinched. I thought you were resting. I am. Sasuke picked up his chopsticks. Why did he say you used us like assets? Because I did. Sakura's grip tightened. That's horrible. Naruto opened his eyes. No, it is incomplete. Sakura blinked. What does that even mean? It means I achieved battlefield coordination without confirming emotional consent or individual preference. Effective under threat. Poor for long-term unit cohesion. Sasuke stared at him. You're analyzing why people are mad at you? Yes. And Naruto looked at Sakura. You followed smoke channels under pressure. Good adaptation. Sakura's anger faltered. Then he looked at Sasuke. Your sharing and activation improved timing. You did not hesitate when the pattern changed. Sasuke looked away. HN, Naruto continued. I should have briefed both of you before engagement. Sakura's expression softened despite herself. Is that an apology? Naruto considered. Yes. Sakura blinked again. It was the strangest apology she had ever received, but it was also somehow sincere. Sasuke tossed half his lunch toward Naruto. Eat. Naruto caught it with one hand. Kakashi ordered otherwise. Kakashi lies, Sasuke said. Naruto looked at him for a moment, then accepted the food. Sakura immediately shoved part of her lunch toward him too, because if Sasuke was doing it, she refused to be the only person not doing it. The moment Naruto took the first bite, Kakashi appeared in a burst of killing intent. You! Thunder cracked overhead, though the sky was clear. Sakura shrieked. Sasuke reached for a kunai. Naruto chewed once, swallowed, and looked up. Kakashi's eye curved. Pass. Sakura nearly collapsed. Sasuke froze. Naruto said, expected. Kakashi's smile twitched. You expected me to pass you. I assigned a 74% probability. Only 74. You are emotionally compromised by the memorial stone. It affects judgment patterns. For a moment, all humor left Kakashi's visible eye. The air changed. Sasuke felt it and went still. Sakura looked between them, confused. Naruto did not look away. Kakashi walked closer. You should be careful what you analyze, Naruto. Yes, I mean that. I know. Kakashi studied him. Most children poked wounds because they didn't know better. Naruto had seen the wound, classified it, and marked it relevant. That was different, worse, maybe, or maybe just honest in a way Kakashi had spent years avoiding. You pass, Kakashi said finally. All three of you. Sakura released a breath. Sasuke looked satisfied. Naruto nodded once. Understood. Kakashi turned away before any of them could see too much of his expression. Behind his mask, his mouth had gone flat. That evening, Kakashi stood before the Hokage's desk and gave his report. Hiruzen listened without interruption. Team 7 had passed. That alone was unusual. Kakashi had failed every genin team assigned to him before this one. Some had lacked teamwork. Some had lacked resolve. Most had simply reminded him too much of ghosts he was not ready to face. But this team had passed, because Naruto Uzumaki had taken a test designed to teach cooperation and treated it like a live capture operation. He got the bell. Hiruzen asked. Yes, from you. Yes, Hiruzen's pipe remained unlit in his hand. How? Battlefield control, smoke concealment, nonverbal positioning. He used Sasuke's emerging Sharingan better than Sasuke did. Used Sakura's accuracy once he realized she could follow visual cues. Did they cooperate willingly? Kakashi looked toward the window. Eventually. That is not an answer. It's the only one I have. Hiruzen sighed. Kakashi continued. Naruto exhibits Jonin-level tactical cognition in a Genin-level body. His chakra pool is still limited, but his control is exceptional. His smoke conversion makes standard taijutsu unreliable. He is not invincible. Wind disperses him. Water weighs down the smoke. Extended conversion strains him. But against anyone who doesn't know the counter, he wins. Hiruzen finished. Kakashi's eye darkened. No, he ends the engagement. Hiruzen understood the distinction. That was the frightening part. Can you teach him? Kakashi was silent for a long time. Then he said, he doesn't need a teacher. Hiruzen looked at him. What does he need? Kakashi remembered Naruto tied to the post, calmly explaining emotional consent like it was a tactical flaw in a formation. Remembered the way Sasuke had thrown him food without fully understanding why. Remembered Sakura's offended expression softening when Naruto praised her adaptation. Remembered Naruto mentioning the memorial stone. He needs a target, Kakashi said. Hiruzen closed his eyes. That is what I feared. No, Kakashi said quietly. What you should fear is him choosing one without us. The first weeks of Team 7 were small missions. Weeding gardens, finding lost pets, cleaning river trash. Sakura complained, Sasuke brooded. Naruto completed every task with the same grim efficiency he would have applied to enemy reconnaissance. When assigned to catch Tora, the daimyo's wife's vicious cat, Naruto did not chase it through the village like previous Genin teams. He studied its movement pattern for 12 minutes, blocked 3 alleys with smoke screens, had Sakura stand at the only safe exit with a sack, and instructed Sasuke to make eye contact from a rooftop. Tora surrendered in under 2 minutes. Kakashi marked the mission complete and privately wondered whether the cat had just experienced psychological warfare. Eventually, Sasuke snapped, not during a mission, after. They were walking back from repainting a fence, Sakura complaining about chipped nails, Kakashi reading his orange book, Naruto cleaning paint from his sleeve with a damp cloth. Sasuke stopped. This is pointless. Kakashi turned a page. Most things are if you're dramatic enough. Sasuke ignored him. We're wasting time. Naruto looked up. Yes, Sakura stared. Don't agree with him. It is a poor use of available combat assets, Naruto said. Kakashi closed his book. Sasuke's eyes sharpened, pleased despite himself. Naruto continued. However, D-rank missions establish civilian trust, logistics discipline, and team response habits under low-risk conditions. The inefficiency is deliberate. Sasuke's expression soured. You sound like an old man. Naruto blinked. Kakashi coughed into his fist. Sakura giggled before catching herself. Sasuke looked furious that he had accidentally been funny. Naruto tilted his head. Do you require combat validation? Sasuke's hand twitched. What? You are restless because your current tasks do not confirm your growth toward your revenge objective. The street went cold. Sakura went pale. Kakashi's visible eye opened slightly. Sasuke's voice dropped. Don't talk about that. Then conceal it better. Sasuke moved fast. His fist stopped an inch from Naruto's face, not because Sasuke chose to stop. Because Naruto's hand had become smoke, passed around Sasuke's wrist, reformed and locked the joint. No pain yet, but the warning was clear. Naruto's voice remained calm. Emotional strikes are easy to read. Sasuke's Sharingan did not activate. His anger was too sharp, too personal. For a moment, Sakura thought Sasuke would try to kill him, then Naruto released him. You are strong, Naruto said, but you are predictable when wounded. Sasuke stared at him. The words should have been insulting. They were not. That made them worse. Kakashi stepped between them before the silence became something harder to repair. Enough. Naruto stepped back. Sasuke turned away. Sakura hugged her arms around herself. After that, Sasuke trained harder, not louder, not openly, but Kakashi noticed. Sakura noticed. Naruto, of course, had already accounted for it. The shift in their team came quietly. Sakura began asking Naruto tactical questions when Sasuke was not listening, not because she liked him. Not exactly, but because Naruto answered without mocking her. If she asked how to improve kunai accuracy, he told her where her shoulder alignment broke. If she asked why she froze during pressure drills, he said, "You wait for permission from people not in command." That answer made her angry for 3 days. Then she improved. Sasuke began fighting Naruto after training. Naruto refused the first 6 times. On the 7th, he agreed under strict conditions. No lethal strikes, no clan techniques above academy level. Stop when I call break. Sasuke scoffed. You think you're in charge? Yes. They fought for 4 minutes. Sasuke won physically. Naruto won tactically. Sasuke landed more hits. Naruto controlled where the fight happened. By the end, Sasuke had Naruto pinned near a tree with a kunai at his shoulder, only to realize smoke had curled around his ankle, his elbow, and the hand holding the blade. A real enemy would have broken something. Naruto called break. Sasuke stepped back, breathing hard. You could have won. No, you had me restrained. You had lethal position first. Sasuke looked at him. Naruto wiped blood from his mouth. Result: mutual kill or mission failure, not a win. Sasuke hated how much sense that made. He hated more that, for the first time since the massacre, training with someone felt useful instead of empty. Then came the wave mission. It began, as many disasters did, with paperwork and a lie. Tazuna smelled of alcohol, salt, and fear. Naruto noticed the fear first. The bridge builder entered the mission office complaining loudly about needing protection from bandits. He insulted their age, their height, their competence. Sakura bristled. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Naruto watched Tazuna's hands. Calluses consistent with bridge work. Tremor in left thumb, not from alcohol. Stress response. Clothing worn but travel pack repaired multiple times. Financial strain. Eyes moved to exits whenever the word bandit came up, lying, not about needing protection, about the scale. Naruto looked at Kakashi. Kakashi looked back. For once, neither said anything. They accepted the mission. Outside the village gates, Naruto walked behind Tazuna, not beside him. Sakura noticed. Why are you back there? To see who follows. Tazuna laughed too loudly. Paranoid brat. Naruto looked at the road ahead. No, you are. The puddle appeared before noon. It had not rained in 3 days. Sasuke saw it. Kakashi saw it. Naruto smelled metal beneath the damp earth and exhaled smoke slowly. The demon brothers attacked. Chains flashed. Kakashi was killed first. Sakura screamed. Tazuna froze. Sasuke moved well, better than expected. He pinned one chain with a shuriken and followed with a kick. Naruto did not rush. He stepped into the path of the second brother's clawed gauntlet. The blade passed through his chest in a burst of white smoke. The attacker's eyes widened. Naruto reformed behind him and drove 2 fingers into the nerve cluster below his ear. The man dropped, not dead, unable to move. The second demon brother tried to retreat. Smoke flooded the road low and fast, wrapping around his legs. Sasuke intercepted him with a kunai to the throat. Kakashi reappeared from the trees. Good work. Naruto looked at Tazuna. Mission parameters were false. Tazuna swallowed. Sakura turned on the bridge builder. What is he talking about? Kakashi's visible eye was no longer smiling. Those were Chunin-level missing nin, not bandits. Tazuna broke. He told them about Gato, the bridge, Wave Country's poverty, the assassins. Sakura looked horrified. Sasuke looked irritated. Naruto listened until the end. Then he said, "Continue mission." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. That's my decision. No, you are considering withdrawal because mission rank was falsified, correct by regulation, incorrect by strategic outcome. Kakashi stared. Naruto continued. Gato controls shipping lanes, destabilized civilian region, missing nin employment confirmed. If we withdraw, wave collapses or the client dies. If we continue, threat level rises but outcome value increases. Sakura looked at him. These are people, Naruto. Yes, his answer was immediate. That is why outcome value increases. Sakura had no response to that. Kakashi watched him for a long moment, then nodded. We continue. Zabuza Mamachi arrived in mist. The sword came first, a massive blade spinning through the air toward Tazuna. Kakashi shoved everyone down. The sword buried itself in a tree. A man appeared on the handle, tall, muscular, bandaged face, eyes like a predator that had forgotten how to be anything else. Copy Ninja Kakashi, Zabuza said. Hand over the bridge builder. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector. The Sharingan opened. Naruto watched Zabuza, not the sword, not the stance, the breathing, the way mist gathered around his body. Hidden mist user, Naruto said quietly. Sasuke's hands trembled. Not much, enough. Kakashi stepped forward. Protect Tazuna, don't interfere. Zabuza vanished into mist. The world became white. Sakura gripped a kunai with both hands, standing in front of Tazuna. Sasuke's breathing grew shallow. Killing intent rolled across the clearing like freezing water. Then Naruto inhaled and smiled. It was not happy. It was barely a smile at all. But it was the first time Sakura had ever seen his mouth curve in anything close to satisfaction. White smoke leaked from Naruto's body and merged with the mist. Kakashi realized it a second too late. Zabuza had turned the field into his territory. Naruto had accepted the invitation. A water clone emerged behind Naruto with a blade. The sword passed through smoke. Naruto reformed beside it and placed a kunai against its throat before it dissolved. Clone, Naruto said. Zabuza's real body moved behind Kakashi. Naruto turned his head. There. Kakashi barely blocked the strike. His eye flicked toward Naruto. How? Air displacement. The mist thickened. Naruto's smoke moved through it like dye through water, reading currents, pressure, breath, motion. Zabuza attacked again. Naruto vanished into smoke, reformed near his flank, kunai to the throat. For one razor-thin second, the demon of the mist froze. A 12-year-old genin stood inside his killing field and had found him faster than Kakashi had. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. You're an interesting brat. Naruto's voice was flat. You're a useful missing nin. Zabuza blinked, then laughed. The fight exploded. Kakashi engaged fully, water dragons crashing through the clearing. Zabuza matched him, blade and jutsu tearing the ground apart. Naruto did not try to overpower them. He marked timing, marked weakness. Marked the moment Zabuza overextended against Kakashi's feint. Sasuke, recovering from the killing intent, saw Naruto move and moved with him. Together they forced Zabuza half a step left. Kakashi took the opening. The fight ended with Zabuza trapped, then needles struck his neck. A masked hunter nin appeared in the trees. Haku, polite, small, too controlled. Naruto watched the body, watched the breathing, too shallow for death, too regulated for accident. The hunter nin claimed the corpse and vanished. Kakashi collapsed. Sakura rushed to him. Sasuke stared after the masked figure. Naruto looked at the blood on the ground. He is alive. Everyone turned. Kakashi, barely conscious, sighed. Yeah, Tazuna looked ready to faint permanently. Naruto wiped mist from his sleeve. Good. Sakura stared. Good. Naruto looked toward the direction Haku had gone. Zabuza hates Kiri. He is combat effective. If leverage exists, he can be redirected. Sasuke's voice was sharp. He tried to kill us. Yes, and you want to use him? Naruto looked at him. I want to avoid wasting a useful person. Sasuke said nothing, but the words went somewhere deep and ugly. Useful person. Was that all anyone was? Was that all he was? The question followed him to Tazuna's house. It followed him through Kakashi's recovery. It followed him into training, where Naruto began refining his smoke movement, and Sasuke threw himself against trees until his hands shook. The bridge battle came days later. Missed again. This time, Naruto was ready. Haku's mirrors formed around Sasuke first, crystalline and lethal. Needles flashed faster than Sakura could track. Naruto filled the bridge with smoke. Haku's mirrors reflected images. Naruto's smoke ignored reflections. He sensed movement, not perfectly. Not enough to win quickly, enough to interfere. Sasuke fought harder than he had ever fought in his life. His Sharingan evolved under pressure, reading what his body could barely survive. Then Haku moved toward Naruto. Sasuke saw the angle, saw the needle path. Saw Naruto's body beginning to convert, too slow because he had overextended his smoke field. Sasuke moved before thinking. Needles struck him. He fell. For 1 second, Naruto stopped, not froze. Stopped, like a machine encountering input it had no category for. Sasuke hit the bridge, blood spreading beneath him. Sakura screamed his name from outside the mist. Haku landed between the mirrors. Naruto looked down at Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes were half open. "Don't," Sasuke coughed. "Don't lose." Naruto stared at him. Something behind his ribs tightened. Not grief, not yet. Something older and more dangerous. A memory of soldiers falling on decks. Marines who had jumped in front of blades because the mission mattered, because the person beside them mattered. Because sometimes duty wore the same face as stupidity and there was no time to separate them. Naruto's smoke darkened at the edges, only slightly. A gray tint, his voice dropped. "Don't make commitments you can't protect." Haku tilted his head. "You're angry," Naruto looked at him. "No." The smoke expanded. The bridge vanished. For 30 meters, there was nothing but white. Haku moved through the mirrors. Naruto followed the air. A needle cut his cheek. Another passed through smoke. A third struck his shoulder before full conversion. Naruto ignored it. He did not overpower Haku. He suffocated the battlefield, not with poison, not yet. With denial, no clear sightline, no clean reflection, no stable air. The mirrors began to frost unevenly as smoke clogged their surfaces. Haku hesitated. Naruto appeared behind him, kunai to the spine. He stopped short. Haku did not move. "You won't kill me?" Haku asked softly. "No." "Why? You are committed to Zabuza?" "Yes." "Then your value depends on whether he can change direction." Haku was silent, then quietly, "You speak as if people are weapons." Naruto looked toward Sasuke's body. "No, weapons are simpler." The battle ended as it had to. Gato arrived with men. Zabuza learned the truth of his own disposability. Haku died anyway, not by Naruto's hand, but by choice. That mattered. Naruto watched Zabuza crawl toward Gato with a kunai in his teeth, watched the demon of the mist become something almost human through rage, grief, and the last ugly fragments of loyalty. He did not cry. When Zabuza fell beside Haku, Naruto stood over them for a long moment. Sasuke survived. Barely. Sakura cried over him until he woke and told her to stop being loud. Kakashi said a few words for the dead. Naruto said nothing. On the boat back to Fire Country, the sky was gray and the water quiet. Sasuke stood near the railing, still pale from blood loss, bandages visible beneath his collar. Naruto stood beside him. For a while, neither spoke. Then Sasuke asked, "Why didn't you let Zabuza kill Haku?" Naruto lifted one hand. A small wisp of smoke rose from his fingertip, curling in the sea wind. Waste of a useful person. Sasuke's jaw tightened. There it is again. Naruto looked at him. "What? Useful?" Naruto waited. Sasuke's voice lowered. "Is that all people are to you?" The question stayed between them. Naruto looked out over the water. "No." Sasuke glanced at him. Naruto continued. "Usefulness is the part I can measure." Sasuke did not know what to do with that. It was not warm. It was not enough. But it was not nothing behind them. Kakashi watched quietly. He had spent years thinking Team 7 would break because Naruto was too cold, Sasuke too wounded, Sakura too uncertain. Now he wondered if the real danger was stranger, that they might hold together, not through love, not yet, but through function, pressure, and the terrible intimacy of surviving combat beside someone who did not flinch. Naruto watched the smoke vanish into the fog. Sasuke watched Naruto. And for the first time, Sasuke Uchiha made a decision he did not fully understand. He would get stronger, not just for revenge, not just for Itachi. But so Naruto Uzumaki would stop looking at him like a tool that might break. He did not realize the truth. Naruto calling someone useful was not dismissal. For him, it was the closest word he had to important. Chapter 3. Suffocation filled the Chunin exams and tensions within the leaf. The Chunin exams were not announced like a test. They were announced like a door opening. Uruka called it an opportunity. Sakura called it too soon. Sasuke called it necessary. Kakashi called it a fun little nightmare, which made Sakura stare at him in horror and made Naruto write something down in his notebook. "What are you writing?" Sakura asked, threat framing. Kakashi leaned against the training post, orange book open in one hand. "That sounds unflattering." "It is." Sasuke stood with his arms folded, eyes narrowed. "The exams are for promotion." Naruto looked at him. "No, promotion is the advertisement." Sakura frowned. "Then what are they?" Naruto closed the notebook. "A controlled battlefield where villages measure each other's future weapons without officially declaring hostility." Kakashi's visible eye curved. "Not wrong." Sakura went pale. "That was not comforting." "It was not intended as comfort," Naruto said. Sasuke's mouth twitched, almost amused. That tiny, almost smile irritated Sakura more than Naruto's answer. Sasuke had started doing that lately, reacting to Naruto in small, quiet ways no one else could reliably pull from him. Not happiness exactly, more like recognition. As if Naruto spoke a language Sasuke understood better than friendship. Kakashi handed them the exam forms. "You don't have to enter. Genin teams need unanimous consent." Sakura looked down at the paper in her hands. Her name was already printed there in careful ink. It felt heavier than a mission scroll. Sasuke signed immediately. Naruto read the form front and back, then signed. Sakura stared at them both. "You two didn't even hesitate." Sasuke looked away. Naruto said, "Hesitation would not create better data. That is not how normal people decide things." "No." Sakura waited. Naruto did not continue. She sighed, then looked at her own form. Part of her wanted to refuse. That part had a long list of very reasonable arguments. They were 12. They had almost died in wave. Sasuke was chasing strength like it owed him blood. Naruto was Naruto. Kakashi thought emotional support meant arriving late and making everyone question reality. The other part of her remembered the bridge, remembered standing useless while Sasuke fell. Naruto vanished into smoke, and Kakashi fought monsters as if the world had never been safe. She hated that memory. More than that, she hated how accurate it was. Sakura signed. Kakashi took the papers. "Well, that settles it. Try not to die." "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura shouted. He lifted one finger. "Try very hard not to die." Naruto nodded. "Acceptable revision." Sakura made a sound that was almost a scream. The first warning came before the exam even began. The hallway outside room 301 was crowded with genin from across the village. Loud ones, nervous ones, overconfident ones. Children wearing headbands like proof they were ready for war. Naruto stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Sasuke noticed. "What? Genjutsu?" Sakura blinked. "What do you mean?" Naruto pointed to the room number. "Second floor. Sign says third." Sakura's face flushed with embarrassment. She had not noticed. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. Two older genin stood near the false entrance, blocking applicants and mocking them. Their posture was too steady, their eyes too watchful. "Gatekeepers," Naruto said. "Testing awareness?" Sakura asked. "Yes." Sasuke started forward. Naruto caught his sleeve. Sasuke looked down at the hand. Naruto released him immediately. "Do not escalate." Sasuke's voice cooled. "You don't give me orders. I gave you advice. I didn't ask. You rarely do before making poor decisions." Sakura made a strained noise. Sasuke's glare sharpened. Then another voice cut in. "Hey, you there, stop picking on people weaker than you." Rock Lee stepped forward like sincerity had been given eyebrows and a bowl cut. Naruto looked at him, filed immediately. "Taijutsu specialist, high physical conditioning." No wasted movement. Emotional display excessive but not inefficient if morale focused. Lee challenged Sasuke within 2 minutes. Sasuke accepted within 3. Naruto did not interfere this time. Sakura hissed at him. "Aren't you going to stop them?" "No." "Why not? Useful data." Lee defeated Sasuke cleanly, not brutally, not mockingly, cleanly. That mattered. Sasuke hit the ground, shocked in a way Naruto had never seen from him. The Uchiha's pride did not crack loudly, it compressed. Naruto watched Sasuke's fingers dig into the floorboards. Lee turned to Naruto next. "Uzumaki Naruto, your smoke technique is most unusual." I would also like to challenge you. Naruto stared at him. No, Lee froze. Sakura blinked. Sasuke, still crouched, looked up sharply. Lee's thick eyebrows trembled. Why? You specialize in direct physical engagement. My technique invalidates most unenhanced taijutsu. Sparring now would give incomplete data and reveal my counters before the exam. Lee absorbed this with alarming seriousness. Then after the exams, if both of us survive, Lee's face lit up. A passionate promise between rivals? No. An agreement between youthful warriors? No. A bond forged in challenge? Naruto paused. Operational appointment? Lee gave him a thumbs up anyway. I accept. Sakura covered her face. Sasuke stood slowly, eyes still locked on Naruto. You wouldn't fight him. No, because you'd win. Because winning would cost too much information. Sasuke's jaw tightened. He had lost. Naruto had declined. Somehow the second fact burned worse than the first. Before the tension could deepen, a silver-haired boy with glasses appeared from the crowd. Kabuto Yakashi smiled like a helpful senior and introduced himself with the ease of someone who had practiced being harmless. Naruto disliked him immediately, not emotionally, structurally. Kabuto's posture was too balanced, his breathing too regular. His eyes missed nothing while pretending to miss plenty. A liar who knew he was lying was ordinary. A liar who made you grateful for the lie was dangerous. Kabuto offered information cards on the other teams. Sakura leaned in eagerly. Sasuke demanded information on Rock Lee, Gaara, and Naruto. Kabuto smiled. Naruto Uzumaki, you're on the same team. I know, Sasuke said. Naruto looked at him. Sasuke did not look back. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and pulled a card. Interesting file. Low chakra reserves by known Jinchuriki standards, unknown smoke-style ability, strong tactical scores. Minimal social profile, mission record includes unusual performance in wave. Naruto watched Kabuto's fingers. Your information is incomplete. Kabuto smiled. All information is, no, yours is selectively incomplete. Kabuto's smile held. What makes you say that? You know more than you are saying, but not enough to know which details matter. For 1 second, Kabuto's eyes changed, just one. Then the room exploded into pressure as Ibiki Morino entered with the exam proctors. The first test began with paper. Naruto preferred that. Paper did not pretend to be anything other than a battlefield with ink. Ibiki explained the rules. 10 questions. Points deducted for wrong answers. Cheating would be punished. Teams failed together. Most genin reacted exactly as intended. Fear, confusion, panic. Sakura's face tightened as she scanned the questions. Then relief flickered across her expression. She knew many of them. Sasuke stared at the page, quickly realizing the truth. The questions were too difficult, not impossible for everyone, but impossible for most genin. Therefore, the test was not about knowledge, it was about intelligence gathering under surveillance. Naruto understood that before Ibiki finished speaking. He read all 9 questions. He answered 3 with confidence, 2 with partial calculations. 4 he left blank. Then he turned the paper over and began writing a tactical assessment of the exam structure itself. The proctor nearest him paused. Naruto did not look up. Across the room, genin began cheating. Byakugan. Insects, mirrors, sound, threads, subtle glances, some were caught, most were not. Naruto cheated once, not to get answers, to confirm the location of planted answer sources. He released a thin stream of smoke from his sleeve, no thicker than thread, and let it crawl along the floor beneath the desks. Not enough to obscure, not enough to alarm, just enough to feel airflow. There were too many calm breathers in the room, too many Chunin plants. He marked them mentally, then ignored their answers. Information was useful. Dependence was not. When Ibiki announced the 10th question, the room shifted into something rower. Take it and fail, you never become Chunin. Refuse, and your whole team fails now. A psychological filter, a pressure gate. Students broke one after another. Hands rose, teams left. Sakura's hand trembled. Naruto saw it. Sasuke saw it too for a moment. Sakura almost raised her hand, not because she feared for herself, because she feared dragging them down. That was the part Naruto noticed, not weakness, misassigned responsibility. "Sakura," Naruto said quietly. She froze. "You know the answer." Her eyes moved to him. "There is no answer," she whispered. "Yes." Her hand slowly lowered. Sasuke looked away, but the tension in his shoulders eased. Ibuki's gaze swept across the remaining students. Then Naruto raised his hand. The room went silent. Sakura's heart dropped. Sasuke's head snapped toward him. Ibuki's eyes narrowed. "You're quitting?" "No." "Then why raise your hand?" "To answer the actual question." Ibuki stared at him. Naruto stood. The 10th question measures willingness to accept uncertain risk under career-threatening pressure. The stated penalty is structurally absurd. If enforced, it would reduce village military capacity by permanently disqualifying candidates based on a psychological trap rather than performance. Therefore, either the penalty is false or the exam is run by an incompetent command structure. Given your reputation, the first is more likely. A few genin stared like Naruto had just punched the proctor. Ibuki's scarred face did not move. "And your answer?" Naruto's voice was flat. "I continue." For a long second, nobody breathed. Then Ibuki smiled. It was not comforting. "You pass." The room erupted. Sakura nearly collapsed from relief. Sasuke stared at Naruto like he wanted to be angry but had lost the route. Ibuki later checked Naruto's written exam. He read the tactical assessment, then read it again. At the bottom of the page, Naruto had written, "Fear-based filtering is effective but imprecise." It reveals commitment under pressure, but also risks eliminating candidates with high caution and strong team preservation instincts. Recommend secondary evaluation method. Ibuki laughed once, quietly, not because it was funny, because a 12-year-old had just audited his torture exam. The second exam smelled like damp soil, old blood, and living things waiting to eat the careless. Anko Mitarashi stood before the gates of the Forest of Death and smiled like she personally hoped several children made poor decisions. Sakura hated her immediately. Sasuke looked interested. Naruto looked at the forest. "High ambush density," he said. Anko's eyes flicked toward him. "What was that, Blondie?" Naruto looked at her. "Your arena favors predators, trackers, poison users, trap specialists, and teams willing to kill early. Visibility is poor, extraction unlikely once engaged." Anko grinned wider. "You say that like it's a bad thing." "No, it is honest." For some reason, that made her laugh. Team 7 received an Earth Scroll. Their objective was simple: acquire a Heaven Scroll and reach the tower within 5 days. Most teams entered the forest looking for prey. Naruto entered looking for territory. Within 20 minutes, he had chosen a sector. Within 30, he had mapped wind movement through the trees. Within 40, the forest around Team 7 belonged to him. Smoke spread low through roots and bushes, thin enough to pass for mist in the humid air. It marked movement. It masked tracks. It flowed into hollows around trunks under leaves. Sakura watched the white haze curl around her sandals. "Can you keep this up?" "At this density, yes." "For how long?" 6 hours. Longer if stationary. Sasuke looked around. "You're turning the forest into a trap." "Yes, for everyone." Naruto glanced at him. "Everyone, not us." Sakura swallowed. "That is only slightly better." The first enemy team entered their field before sunset. Oto, Genin, Dasu, Zaku, Kin, they moved with confidence but not patience. Their formation favored aggression and sound-based disruption. They expected their targets to be frightened, scattered, reactive. Team 7 was none of those things. The Oto team saw Sakura first, alone, apparently. She stood in a small clearing, clutching the scroll pouch badly enough to look believable. Kin smiled. Zaku raised his arms. Dasu paused. That pause saved him from being taken first. Smoke swallowed the clearing. Sasuke struck from above, fire forcing Zaku sideways before he could aim his air tubes properly. Sakura moved exactly when Naruto's smoke thinned at her feet, ducking behind cover as Senbon cut through where her neck had been. Dasu turned, listening for vibrations. Naruto appeared behind Kin and struck her wrist, making her drop the bell thread before she could use it. Zaku fired a pressure blast. Naruto's torso became smoke, but the air blast tore through him harder than expected, scattering his form across the clearing. For a second, he lost cohesion. Sasuke saw it. His body moved before his mind finished deciding. He drove Zaku back with a kunai and a kick. Naruto reformed near a tree, eyes narrowed. Air pressure counter confirmed. Zaku grinned. So you can be hit. Yes. Naruto's smoke dropped lower. Once. The second time Zaku raised his arms, smoke clogged the mechanisms in his palms. Not fully. Enough. The pressure blast misfired, tearing bark from a tree beside him instead of cutting through Naruto. Dasu realized the problem immediately. Fall back. Too late. Sasuke had Dasu's flank. Sakura, shaking but focused, threw a kunai not at Kin, but at the wire Naruto's smoke had revealed between two trees. The wire snapped. Kin's trap failed. Naruto stepped through the haze and took their scroll pouch. Heaven scroll confirmed, he said. Sasuke looked at the Oto team, breathing hard. We should finish them. Sakura flinched. Naruto opened the pouch. No, Sasuke's eyes cut toward him. They attacked us. And lost. Killing them provides no additional objective value and reveals temperament to observers. Dasu, kneeling with one hand against the ground, stared at him. You think someone's watching? Naruto looked into the trees. Yes. The forest went quiet, too quiet. Then the air changed. It was not sound, it was presence. Something moved through Naruto's smoke field and did not disturb it like a normal body should. Sakura stiffened. Sasuke's hand moved to his kunai pouch. Naruto turned slowly. A grass genin stood on a branch above them, smiling with a mouth that did not fit the face. Orochimaru had arrived. Naruto knew danger, not fear. Not the animal panic that made limbs lock and thoughts scatter. Danger was information arriving quickly. This was different. This was the battlefield itself becoming aware of him. Orochimaru dropped lightly into the clearing. Well, the grass genin said, voice smooth and wrong. What an unusual little team. Sakura could not move. Sasuke's body shook despite himself. Naruto felt the killing intent wash over the smoke field. It pressed against every particle, heavy, cold, ancient in a way no human should feel ancient. His smoke thinned for half a second. Orochimaru noticed. Oh, Naruto stepped forward. Sasuke hissed. Naruto ignored him. He looked at Orochimaru and asked, rank yourself. The question landed strangely enough that even Orochimaru paused. What? Your threat classification. Rank yourself. Sakura stared at Naruto in horror. Sasuke looked like he could not decide whether Naruto was insane or brilliant. Orochimaru's smile widened slowly. Above you. Naruto nodded. For now. For the first time in a very long while, Orochimaru was surprised, then delighted. What a fascinating answer. He moved. Naruto converted before the strike landed. Mostly. Orochimaru's hand passed through his shoulder, but chakra coated the fingers like a blade. Pain tore through Naruto's smoke body, disrupting his conversion and throwing him backward. He hit the ground hard. Sasuke attacked immediately, too angry. Too direct. Orochimaru handled him like a child because he was one. Sakura finally moved, throwing kunai with shaking hands. Orochimaru ignored them. Naruto rose to one knee, his smoke spread again, denser this time, trying to bind slow. Orochimaru inhaled. Then released killing intent like a physical force. Sakura dropped to her knees. Sasuke froze. Naruto's smoke field buckled, not dispersed, suppressed. Orochimaru looked at him with interest. Your body wants to run. Naruto's voice came out rough. My body is not in command. Orochimaru laughed softly. Then he turned to Sasuke. That was the moment Naruto understood. This was not an attack. It was selection. Orochimaru wanted Sasuke. Naruto moved, not fast enough. Orochimaru's neck stretched like something from a nightmare, fangs sinking into Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke screamed. The curse mark burned black against his skin. Naruto's smoke snapped forward, wrapping around Sasuke's body and pulling him back as Orochimaru withdrew. Sakura screamed Sasuke's name. Orochimaru licked blood from his lips. Grow strong, Sasuke-kun. Naruto placed himself between them. Orochimaru looked at him. And you, Smoke Boy, do keep developing. It would be disappointing if you became boring. Naruto said nothing. The Sannin vanished into the forest. The pressure disappeared. Sakura collapsed beside Sasuke. His body convulsed, black marks spreading like fire across his skin. Naruto dropped to one knee and pinned Sasuke's shoulders with smoke-thickened restraints. Sakura grabbed his arm. "What are you doing?" "Preventing motor damage. He's in pain." "Yes, help him." "I am." Sasuke's eyes snapped open, red and wild. His hand shot toward Naruto's throat. Naruto's neck became smoke. The hand passed through. Naruto reformed and tightened the restraints. "Sasuke," he said. Sasuke snarled. Not a word, not human enough. Naruto watched the curse mark flare. External seal. Malicious chakra, triggered by stress response. Sakura was crying now. "Naruto, please." Naruto looked at her, hold his head steady. Now." Sakura obeyed. Her hands shook, but she obeyed. Naruto placed 2 fingers near the curse mark and released the thinnest possible line of smoke into the seal's edge. Pain flashed through Sasuke's body. He arched against the restraints. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The smoke withdrew instantly. Cannot suppress directly. Insufficient seal knowledge. "What do we do?" Sakura whispered. "We wait for the flare-up to exhaust itself." "That's it!" "Yes." Sakura looked like she wanted to hate him for the answer. Instead, she held Sasuke's head and stayed. Naruto sat beside Sasuke the entire night. He did not sleep. His smoke remained wrapped around Sasuke's arms and legs, not tight enough to injure, firm enough to stop uncontrolled movement. Sakura slept in broken pieces, waking every few minutes to check if Sasuke was breathing. Near dawn, Sasuke's body finally went still. The curse mark retreated. His eyes opened, normal black, empty with exhaustion. Sakura leaned forward. "Sasuke-kun." Sasuke looked at Naruto first. Naruto released the smoke restraints. "You have a seal," Naruto said. "I'll learn how to suppress it. Not you're safe, not I was worried, not I won't let him take you. A task." A promise shaped like work. Sasuke stared at him, his throat moved. "Why?" Naruto looked at the black mark on his shoulder. "You are high value." Sakura closed her eyes, frustrated. Sasuke's face twisted, anger, hurt, something worse. Then Naruto added, "And currently under my protection." Sasuke went very still. Sakura looked up. Naruto seemed not to realize he had said anything unusual. Maybe he had not meant it emotionally. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe, from him, there was no difference between emotional and operational commitment. Sasuke turned his face away. "Ichen." But he did not tell Naruto to leave. The tower was reached on the 3rd day. Team 7 arrived tired, dirty, and quieter than before. The preliminaries began soon after. Too many teams had passed. The exam needed thinning, one-on-one combat. Public, observed. Naruto disliked it immediately. "Poor format," he said. Sakura looked at him. "You say that about everything." "Most systems are poorly designed." Sasuke leaned against the wall, pale but standing. Kakashi had placed a containment seal on the curse mark, but Naruto had watched every motion of the process like a starving man watching food preparation. The first matches began. Sasuke fought Yoroi. The curse mark pulled at him. Naruto saw it in the shoulder tension, the breath control, the hesitation before chakra use. Sasuke won without relying on the Sharingan too heavily. When he returned to the balcony, Naruto said, "Acceptable." Sasuke scowled. "That's all. You adapted under seal pressure." Sasuke looked away. "Whatever." But he stood closer to Naruto after that. Sakura noticed, so did Kakashi, so did Hiruzen from the observation platform above. Naruto's match came later. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba entered the arena grinning, Akamaru on his head. "Finally. I get to knock the creepy smoke kid down." Naruto walked to his side of the floor. Kiba and Inuzuka. Tracker, close-range assault, enhanced smell, partner-based coordination, high confidence, moderate impulse control. Kiba blinked. "Are you reading my file out loud?" "No, summarizing." Akamaru barked. Kiba pointed at Naruto. "You think smoke's gonna help? My nose is better than anyone's here. I'll smell you coming." Naruto looked at the proctor. "Begin." Kiba moved instantly, fast. Fang over fang tore across the arena, a spinning drill of claws and motion. Naruto exhaled. Smoke exploded outward. Not thin field smoke, dense white. Heavy within seconds, the arena vanished. The audience murmured. Kiba laughed inside the cloud. "You idiot, I told you I can smell." He stopped, because he could smell everything too much. Smoke filled his nose, his mouth, his sinuses, not toxic. Not poisonous, but overwhelming. Every scent became ash and wet stone and chakra static. Akamaru whined, paws scraping against the floor. Kiba coughed. "Akamaru," the dog barked from the wrong direction. "No, not wrong," echoed. Naruto had created moving pockets of smoke, carrying scent trails in circles. Kiba spun. Naruto tapped his shoulder from behind. Forfeit. Kiba swung wildly. Naruto dissolved, reformed low. Two fingers pressed into a nerve cluster near Kiba's neck. Kiba's legs buckled. Naruto caught him before he hit the ground and lowered him to the floor. Akamaru lunged. Naruto released a tight smoke ring in front of the dog's nose. Akamaru sneezed violently and stumbled. The smoke cleared. Kiba was on one knee, unable to stand properly. Akamaru shook his head, disoriented but unharmed. Naruto stood behind them. "Forfeit," he repeated. Kiba gritted his teeth. "No way." Naruto looked at the proctor. "Motor disruption. He cannot continue safely." The proctor checked Kiba, then raised his hand. "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto." The arena was silent, not because the match had been dramatic, because it had not been. No shouting, no comeback, no dramatic burst of hidden power. Naruto had identified Kiba's greatest advantage and turned it into a liability so completely that the fight had ended before the audience understood the method. From the balcony, Shikamaru muttered, "What a drag!" But his eyes were sharp. Shino said nothing. Hinata looked worried. Sasuke stared down at Naruto with something complicated in his face. Pride, maybe. Irritation, definitely. Fear not of Naruto for Naruto, because every person in that room had just watched him win like a professional. And Sasuke understood something the others did not. People feared professionals more than monsters. Monsters could be hated. Professionals had to be dealt with. That evening, Hiruzen summoned Naruto. The Hokage's office felt different this time. Naruto noticed immediately two Anbu hidden, one behind the ceiling panel, one outside the window. Hiruzen sat behind his desk, pipe unlit. "Naruto." "Hokage-sama." "Sit." Naruto sat. Hiruzen studied him for a long moment. "You performed well today." "Yes." The old man almost sighed. No pride, no excitement, no hunger for praise, just acknowledgement of fact. "Your next match is in 1 month." "Yes. Depending on the bracket, you may face opponents from foreign villages." "Yes. You understand the political nature of the finals." Naruto looked at him. "Yes." Hiruzen leaned forward. "The Chunin exams are not merely about victory. They are diplomacy, perception, stability." Naruto waited. Hiruzen hated that he waited. "A village needs symbols, Naruto?" "No." Hiruzen blinked. "No. A village uses symbols. It needs food, logistics, security, medical infrastructure, intelligence networks, and command continuity." The Anbu in the ceiling shifted slightly. Hiruzen's eyes hardened. "Symbols hold people together." "Poorly." Silence. Hiruzen set his pipe down. "There may come a time in the finals when it would be better for the village if another candidate became the face of our strength." Naruto's expression did not change, but something in the air did. A faint white thread of smoke curled from his sleeve. "You are asking me to lose." "I am asking you to consider the village." "I am." Naruto. "With respect, Hokage-sama, no." The word was quiet. It struck like a kunai buried in wood. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. "You do not know what I am trying to protect." Naruto stood. "Yes, I do." "Do you?" "You are protecting a story." Hiruzen did not speak. Naruto continued. "You wanted the village to see me as proof that pain becomes loyalty if endured long enough. That failed. Now you want a champion they can understand." The office went colder than the forest of death. Hiruzen rose slowly. "You are 12 years old." "Yes." "You think that means I cannot identify strategy?" "I think it means you do not understand mercy yet." For the first time, Naruto's face changed. Only slightly, a narrowing of the eyes. Mercy without honesty is mismanagement. Hiruzen looked at him then and did not see Minato's son, did not see Kushina's child, did not even see the Nine Tails container. He saw something that had been born in Konoha but not made by it. Something the village had failed to shape because it had been too busy fearing what was sealed inside him. "You may go," Hiruzen said. Naruto bowed, properly, respectfully. That almost made it worse. At the door he paused. "I will not embarrass the village." Then he left. The Anbu dropped from the ceiling. "Orders, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen looked at the door for a long time. He had no legal mechanism to compel Naruto to lose, no moral one either. Any attempt to force the issue would reveal more than it solved. Continue observation. The Anbu hesitated. "And if he becomes a threat?" Hiruzen closed his eyes. The answer should have been simple. He was Hokage. The village came first. But in the silence he heard Uruka's voice. Maybe the village should work harder. Hiruzen opened his eyes. "If he becomes a threat," he said quietly, "we must first ask what made him one." The Anbu said nothing. That was not an order. It was worse. It was doubt. The month before the finals began with Kakashi offering Sasuke personal training, Chidori, lightning nature, speed, assassination technique. Sasuke accepted immediately. Sakura watched them leave with an expression she tried to hide and failed. Naruto did not complain. Kakashi noticed. "You're not upset." "No, you don't want special training." "I do." Kakashi waited. Naruto looked directly at him. Seal theory. Specifically the 8 trigram sealing style. For once, Kakashi's book lowered completely. The wind moved through the training ground. Sakura looked between them, confused. Kakashi's voice lost its lazy edge. "Why?" Naruto placed one hand over his stomach. "Because there is a prison inside me built by the fourth Hokage, maintained by village secrecy, containing a hostile chakra entity with unknown long-term failure conditions." Sakura went still. Kakashi's visible eye darkened. Naruto continued. "I am expected to carry it without understanding its architecture. That is unacceptable." No one spoke. Then Kakashi asked, "Are you thinking about using the 9 tails?" Naruto answered immediately, "No." Kakashi relaxed by one fraction. Naruto finished. "I'm thinking about auditing it." Sakura whispered, "Naruto," he looked at her, not coldly, not warmly, just steadily. "If a weapon is sealed inside a village asset, someone should understand the lock." Kakashi flinched at the word asset. So did Sakura. Naruto noticed, but he did not correct it because part of him meant himself. And part of him did not yet know why that hurt them. Kakashi looked toward the memorial stone in the distance, then back at Naruto. "I can teach you basics, not the full seal. Acceptable. I'll also teach you counter-seal safety protocols, preferred." Sakura's hands tightened. "What am I supposed to do?" Naruto looked at her. "Train with me," she blinked. "What?" "You retain complex information quickly." "Seal theory requires precision. I need a second reader." Sakura's mouth opened, closed. Sasuke was with Kakashi learning a powerful technique. Naruto was asking her to study one of the most advanced subjects in the village because he believed she could help. Not because she was pretty. Not because she liked Sasuke. Not because she was the weak teammate who needed encouragement. Because she was useful. For the first time, Sakura understood why Sasuke reacted so strangely to that word. From Naruto, useful did not mean disposable, it meant seen. "I'll do it," she said. Naruto nodded. "Good." The month unfolded in ink, smoke, and tension. Sasuke trained until his body nearly failed. Naruto studied seals until Sakura's eyes crossed. Sakura discovered, to her own shock, that she was good at it, very good, not at the scale Naruto wanted eventually. Not yet. But she could read structure faster than he could when it came to fine details. She spotted pattern irregularities in copied diagrams. She corrected his stroke order twice. The first time, Naruto simply looked at her and said, "Good catch." Sakura lived on that sentence for 3 days. Meanwhile, Naruto's smoke changed, not visibly to most people. But Kakashi noticed the increased density. Sakura noticed the way paper tags curled when his smoke passed over them. Naruto documented the shift carefully. After the Forest of Death, something in his Kimuri release had evolved. Prolonged contact with concentrated smoke now caused numbness. Not paralysis, not poison in the traditional sense, a chakra-induced sensory disruption. Mild but real, he tested it only on himself at first, then on a captured training rat with Sakura yelling at him about ethics, until he pointed out that Inoshika-cho regularly used animals in training exercises and Sakura yelled louder, because that was not the point. Eventually, under Kakashi's supervision, he tested the effect in sparring. 30 seconds of dense exposure slowed reaction time. 45 caused finger numbness. 1 minute caused dizziness. The smoke was no longer just concealment. It was a field condition, a suffocation field, not lethal, not yet. On the final night before the Chunin exam finals, Naruto stood alone on the training ground. Sakura had gone home exhausted. Kakashi was with Sasuke. The village was quiet. Naruto exhaled. Smoke spread around him in a perfect circle. 10 meters. 15. 20. He held the field steady. Inside his stomach, behind the seal, something shifted. Naruto opened his eyes. For the briefest moment he felt it, not words, not a voice. Attention, old, hostile, aware, the 9 tails was watching. Naruto placed a hand over the seal. Not yet, he said. The presence withdrew, or pretended to. Naruto looked toward the Hokage monument, where stone faces watched the village sleep. Hiruzen's face was there, kind in stone, tired in life, afraid in private. Naruto understood fear. He did not respect what people did with it. Tomorrow, the village would gather to watch children fight for rank, politics, pride, and money. Tomorrow, foreign powers would measure Konoha's future. Tomorrow, Hiruzen would watch him from above and wonder whether the boy in the arena was an asset, a liability, or the beginning of a mistake that could no longer be corrected. Naruto inhaled. The smoke around him thickened, then steadied. He did not want applause. He did not want recognition. He did not want the village to love him, but he would not lose because an old man preferred a cleaner story. By morning, the finals would begin. And for the first time, Konoha would see clearly what it had spent 12 years trying not to understand. Naruto Uzumaki was not their symbol. He was not their monster. He was the smoke after the fire. The thing that remained when the screaming stopped, when excuses died, when someone had to walk through the ash and finish the work. Chapter 4. The Iron Haze invasion of Konoha and the smoldering hunt begins. The Chunin exam finals were not a battlefield. That was the lie everyone agreed to tell. The arena had clean walls, numbered seating, flags hanging from the stands, foreign dignitaries under shaded boxes, and vendors selling snacks outside the gates as if children were not about to be measured in public combat for military promotion. To civilians, it looked like a tournament. To shinobi, it was a market. Skills were displayed. Bloodlines were priced. Weaknesses were noticed. Villages smiled at each other while counting how many years remained before the next war. Naruto Uzumaki understood this before he stepped into the arena. The crowd roared when the first names were called. He ignored the sound. Noise was not information until it changed pattern. Instead, he watched the important things: the sand delegation, the unusually disciplined posture of their guards, the number of foreign shinobi positioned near exits, the Hokage's box, the Kazekage beside him, the fact that the Kazecage's stillness was too perfect. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly beside him. Sakura shifted in the participant waiting area. "You okay?" "No," she blinked. It was rare for him to answer that directly. "What's wrong?" "Too many inconsistencies." Sakura followed his gaze toward the stands. "All I see is people." "Yes." That was not helpful. Naruto looked toward the sand team. Temari stood with her fan against her back, posture tense. Kankuro kept glancing toward Gaara, then away again. Gaara stood alone, gourd on his back, eyes ringed with sleepless darkness, staring down at the arena floor like he was waiting for it to confess something. Naruto watched him longer than the others. There was a pressure around Gaara's chakra, not the same as Naruto's seal, not identical. but familiar in structure, a container, a cage, a living disaster behind skin. Naruto exhaled slowly, and a thin line of smoke escaped between his teeth. Sakura noticed. What? Gaara is a Jinchuriki. Sakura's face lost color. What? Sasuke, standing several steps away, looked over sharply. Naruto did not repeat himself. He did not need to. Sasuke's eyes moved to Gaara with immediate interest, not fear, interest. Naruto disliked that. Before Sakura could ask more, the proctor called the next match. Uzumaki Naruto versus Gaara of the Sand. The arena shifted. The crowd noise changed tone. Curiosity sharpened. Gaara walked down first. Sand moved around his feet like something alive. Naruto followed, one hand resting near his kunai pouch, the other loose at his side. From the Hokage box, Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned forward slightly. The false Kazekage did not. Naruto noticed that too in the arena. Gaara stopped 10 meters away, his pale eyes fixed on Naruto. You smell strange. Naruto looked at the sand curling around Gaara's ankles. You are poorly contained. Gaara's expression changed, not much, enough. What did you say? Naruto's voice remained flat. There is something inside you pressing against the walls. It affects your sleep, your aggression, your threat perception, and likely your mother attachment. The sand twitched violently in the stands. Temari inhaled sharply. Kankuro whispered, "Oh, that blonde idiot is dead." Gaara's voice dropped. "Mother wants your blood." Naruto studied him. "No, the thing inside you wants release. You are interpreting pressure as affection." For 1 second, the whole world seemed to hold still. Then Gaara attacked. Sand erupted across the arena. It came like a wave, fast and crushing, wrapping around the space where Naruto had been standing. Naruto dissolved. The sand closed on smoke. Gaara's eyes widened. Naruto reformed near the left wall, already releasing more smoke from his sleeves. Gaara turned. The sand followed. Again, Naruto dissolved. Again, the sand caught only vapor. The crowd murmured louder. Naruto did not move like a normal opponent. He did not dodge Gaara's sand by speed. He refused to give it a body. White smoke spread across the arena floor. Gaara's sand surged into it, but the smoke did not behave like mist. It clung low, thick and dry, threading itself through the grains. Naruto watched carefully. Sand was dangerous because it flowed freely, responded instantly, and carried Gaara's will like an extension of his nervous system. So Naruto attacked the flow, not Gaara. The sand, smoke clogged its movement. Tiny particulate matter packed between grains, making them heavier, slower, less responsive. It was not enough to stop the sand completely. Gaara's chakra was too powerful for that, but it delayed it, half a second. Then a full second in combat. That was territory. Gaara's sand arm lashed out. Naruto stepped through it as smoke reformed behind Gaara and placed 2 fingers near the back of his neck. Gaara's automatic sand shield snapped upward, too slow. Naruto did not strike. He leaned close. "I know what you're carrying," he said quietly. "It won't save you." Gaara's pupils shrank. The arena shook. Sand burst outward in all directions, forcing Naruto to scatter into smoke and reform near the edge. In the Hokage box, Hiruzen's hand tightened on the armrest. The false Kazekage finally moved, only slightly. A tilt of the head, interest. Naruto saw it. Then the illusion shattered. Feathers began to fall from the sky. Genjutsu drifted over the arena like soft snow. Civilians slumped. Shinobi resisted. The crowd's roar broke apart into confusion, shouting, panic. The invasion had begun. Naruto looked up toward the Hokage box. The false Kazekage moved too fast. A blade flashed near Hiruzen's throat. The Hokage was taken hostage, then pulled backward toward the roof. Around the arena, sand and sound shinobi revealed themselves. Explosions cracked through the stands. Sakura, who had resisted the genjutsu through raw control and panic, shouted Naruto's name from above. Sasuke was already moving after Gaara, who had begun losing control. Naruto made a decision. Not the emotional one, not the expected one. Sasuke was strong enough to pursue Gaara with backup. The Hokage Tower was the primary target. Command continuity mattered more than tournament completion. Naruto turned away from Gaara. Sakura saw it. "Where are you going?" "Hokage." "But Sasuke?" "Follow Kakashi's orders. Protect civilians. Do not chase unless assigned." Sakura's face twisted. "You always sound like you're leaving people behind." Naruto paused, smoke curled around his ankles. "No," he said. "I am choosing where failure costs the most." Then he vanished into white haze. Konoha burned in pieces, not everywhere, not completely. That was what made it worse. The invasion was not chaos, it was targeted. Explosions near communication routes. Enemy squads near gate control. Summoned snakes through high-density civilian districts. Sand teams cutting off reinforcement paths. Naruto moved rooftop to rooftop, smoke trailing behind him. He saw a squad of sound shinobi cornering academy students near a side street. He dropped into the alley, released a dense smoke burst, disabled two with nerve strikes, wrapped the third in smoke restraints, and left him hanging from a drainpipe for arriving Chunin. He did not stop to comfort the children. One of them called after him. He kept moving. At the Hokage Tower, the barrier was already forming. Purple flame walls rose above the rooftop where Hiruzen faced Orochimaru. 4 sound shinobi held the corners. Anbu bodies lay scattered nearby, some alive, some not. Naruto arrived at the edge of the roof and assessed the barrier. Physical entry, impossible without burning smoke entry, uncertain. Chakra barrier likely disrupted non-physical infiltration, probability of survival if attempted. Low, probability of Hiruzen surviving without assistance. Lower. Naruto stepped forward, and Anbu with a cracked mask grabbed his arm. "Don't, that barrier will incinerate you." Naruto looked at the grip. The Anbu released him. "I require an opening." "There isn't one." "Then make one." The Anbu stared. Naruto turned toward the barrier team at the corners. The Sound Four were focused inward, maintaining the field. Naruto's smoke spread across the rooftop, thin and wide. Not at the barrier, at the ground, at the feet of the Sound Shinobi. One of them glanced down too late. Smoke wrapped around his ankle and tightened, not enough to pull him away, enough to disturb his stance. The barrier flickered for less than a breath. Naruto became smoke and drove through the weak point. Pain hit immediately, fire across every particle of his body. His form nearly shredded. For one terrifying second, he was not a boy or smoke or soul, just burning structure trying to remember itself. Then he reformed inside the barrier and hit the rooftop hard. His left sleeve was charred. His breathing was uneven. Orochimaru turned. My, Hiruzen looked shocked. "Naruto?" Naruto stood slowly. His eyes moved across the battlefield. First Hokage, second Hokage, reanimated bodies. Tags embedded. Orochimaru using forbidden technique at strategic scale. Hiruzen old, wounded but not broken. Orochimaru amused. Naruto's hand twitched. "You are late-stage treason in human form," he said. Orochimaru laughed. Hiruzen almost told Naruto to run. He did not get the chance. The first Hokage slammed his hands together. Wood erupted. Naruto scattered into smoke as branches tore through the place where his ribs had been. He reformed behind a broken tile vent and exhaled a blinding cloud toward the first and second. It did almost nothing. Reanimated bodies did not breathe properly. They did not panic. They did not lose nerve sensation. Naruto filed the data instantly. Smoke concealment still viable, paralytic effect useless. He shifted tactics. Hiruzen fought like history refusing to kneel. Old hands formed seals with frightening speed. Fire, earth, clones, staff strikes. Enma transformed into the adamantine staff and clashed against legends who should have remained dead. Naruto did not try to join the fight directly. That would have been suicide. Instead, he interfered. Smoke covered Hiruzen's blind spots. Smoke marked Orochimaru's movements. Smoke thickened around tiles before wood release broke through them, showing growth patterns half a second early. Half a second mattered. Hiruzen used every half-second Naruto bought, but it was not enough. Not against 2 dead Hokage and 1 living monster wearing his student's face. The Reaper death seal began. Naruto felt it before he understood it. The air changed the same way it had at his birth, though he did not remember that in words. His soul recoiled. Something behind his stomach seal stirred violently. The Shinigami appeared behind Hiruzen. Naruto froze, not from fear, recognition without memory. The god hand, white, impossible, the thing that had caught two souls and made one wrong life out of them. Hiruzen reached for Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru screamed. The reanimated Hokage were sealed away first. The rooftop shook. Naruto moved, throwing smoke into Orochimaru's face, forcing him to split focus, disrupting the snake-like extension of his body when he tried to pull away. Orochimaru's eyes snapped toward him. "You little." Hiruzen pulled harder. Orochimaru's arms went gray, dead, not his body, his arms, the part that held jutsu, the part that made him untouchable. Orochimaru screamed with true rage. The Sound Four dropped the barrier and moved to extract him. Naruto tried to pursue, his body failed. The barrier burn and overuse of smoke conversion hit at once. His knees buckled. He caught himself with one hand against broken tile. Orochimaru, pale and shaking, looked back once. There was hatred there now. Good. Hatred was cleaner than amusement. Then he was gone. Hiruzen Sarutobi collapsed. Naruto moved to him, slowly. Too slowly. The old Hokage lay on his back, armor cracked, face lined not with fear but exhaustion. For a moment he looked less like the leader of Konoha and more like an old man who had carried too many names for too many years. "Naruto," Hiruzen whispered. Naruto knelt beside him. "You stopped his arms." Hiruzen smiled faintly. "Not enough. It changes his operational capacity." A weak laugh escaped the Hokage. Even dying, he seemed to understand the absurdity of Naruto's comfort. "Naruto." The boy waited. Hiruzen's eyes moved over his face. Maybe he was looking for Minato, maybe Kushina, maybe the child he had hoped would exist, maybe the one he had failed to protect from the village's fear. "I am sorry," Hiruzen said. Naruto did not answer immediately. Below the rooftop, Konoha burned. Above them, smoke rose into a clear blue sky. Finally, Naruto said, "For which failure?" Hiruzen's smile broke, not because the question was cruel, because it was fair. "All of them I understood too late." Naruto watched him. The old man's breathing thinned, his eyes closed. The third Hokage died with smoke in the air, and a boy beside him who did not know whether forgiveness was something you gave the dead, or something the living invented so work could continue. Naruto stood. His face did not change. When the Anbu arrived, one of them tried to guide him away. Naruto looked at the hand. The Anbu stopped. "Secure the body," Naruto said. The masked shinobi stiffened. "Aye, secure the body. Confirm Orochimaru's exit route. Count enemy dead. Capture surviving sound personnel before they self-terminate. The invasion is not over because the Hokage is dead." The Anbu stared at him, then obeyed. By sunset, the invasion had failed. By nightfall, the village knew the Hokage was dead. By morning, Konoha began mourning him as a father. Naruto began writing. He wrote for 6 hours. Not a eulogy, not memories, not grief. A report. 3 pages became 5. 5 became 7. He documented barrier failure response times, gate vulnerabilities, sand infiltration patterns, genjutsu defense weaknesses, communication breakdown, over-reliance on centralized Hokage authority, civilian evacuation delays, academy shelter protocols. The political risk of hosting exams while intelligence suggested Orochimaru movement near Fire Country. He wrote cleanly, precisely, without insult. That made it worse. When the interim council read the report, 2 elders stopped before finishing the first page. Hamura's hands tightened around the paper. Koharu's mouth became a thin line. Danzo, hidden in the shadowed edge of the room, read the whole thing, then smiled faintly. That was the first time Naruto's name moved from concern to opportunity in certain darker corners of Konoha. Iruka read the report later. He sat alone in the academy office with the pages spread before him. At the top, Naruto had titled it Preliminary Tactical Failure Analysis. Konoha Crush Incident. No mention of Hiruzen's kindness, no mention of sacrifice, no mention of the old man's apology. But on the final page, beneath recommendations for command redundancy and civilian defense drills, Naruto had written one sentence that did not fit the rest. The third Hokage remained combat effective beyond projected age limitations, and succeeded in permanently degrading Orochimaru's threat capacity at the cost of his life. Uruka read that sentence 3 times. Then he understood. From Naruto, that was morning. The funeral came under gray skies. The entire village gathered. Children cried. Adults bowed their heads. Shinobi stood in rows, faces hard and eyes wet. Naruto stood near the back, not hidden, not included, just present. Sakura stood beside him, hands clasped tightly. Sasuke stood on his other side, silent. Kakashi was ahead of them near the Jonin ranks, one visible eye fixed on the memorial stone. When the ceremony ended, people drifted away in clusters. Sakura wiped her eyes. Sasuke looked at Naruto. "You didn't cry." "No." "Did you care?" Sakura whispered. "Sasuke?" Naruto looked at the Hokage's portrait. "Yes." Sasuke's voice sharpened. "Then why don't you act like it?" Naruto was quiet for a long moment. "Because my grief does not require witnesses." Sasuke looked away. The answer angered him because he could not dismiss it. Sakura watched Naruto with something like hurt and understanding mixed together. Kakashi approached them slowly. "The council wants to see you tomorrow." Naruto nodded. "About the report?" "Yes. Expected." Kakashi studied him. "You know most genin don't submit tactical audits after invasions, right?" "Most genin lack relevant observations." "That wasn't my point." "I know." Kakashi sighed. For once, he looked tired enough that even the mask could not hide it. "Try not to make the elders hate you more than necessary." Naruto looked at him. "What is the necessary amount?" Kakashi closed his eye. "I walked into that one." The council meeting was short and unpleasant. The elders disliked being told they had failed by a 12-year-old. Naruto disliked meetings where rank replaced evidence. No one left satisfied. But the report circulated anyway, quietly, among Jonin, among Anbu, among people who had spent the invasion watching systems collapse exactly as Naruto had described. That mattered. Konoha did not change overnight. Villages did not work that way, but a few evacuation routes were revised. 2 communication posts were reinforced. Academy shelter drills were scheduled. A command redundancy proposal appeared on Shikaku Nara's desk with no signature. He read it, recognized Naruto's structure immediately, and muttered, "Troublesome kid." Then he approved 3 sections. The search for the 5th Hokage began soon after. Jiraiya returned to the village like a storm pretending to be a drunk. He was loud, messy, inappropriate, and far more observant than his behavior suggested. Naruto disliked him on sight. Jiraiya found this hilarious. "So you're Minato's kid." Naruto looked at him. "You are Jiraiya of the Sannin, former student of the 3rd, former teacher of the 4th, known intelligence network operator, high-value, low-discipline asset." Jiraiya blinked, then laughed so hard he nearly fell off the railing. "High-value, low-discipline? I like this brat." I did not intend praise. "That makes it better." Naruto stared at him. Jiraiya wiped a tear from his eye. "Kid, you're coming with me." "No." Jiraiya blinked again. "Excuse me." "You are searching for Tsunade. I have no assigned role." "You're the Jinchuriki. Akatsuki's moving." "You're safer with me." Naruto's eyes sharpened. "You know about Akatsuki." Jiraiya's smile faded. Behind them, Kakashi leaned against the wall and quietly regretted standing close enough to witness this. Naruto continued. "The invasion revealed external coordination risks. Orochimaru is active. If Akatsuki is also moving, Konoha's threat map is incomplete. Tsunade is not just a Hokage candidate, she is medical infrastructure." Jiraiya looked at Kakashi. "Is he always like this?" "Yes," Kakashi said. "Naruto," Jiraiya said slowly. "Most kids your age would be excited to travel and train with a legendary ninja." "I am not most kids." "No kidding." Naruto stepped closer. "If Tsunade refuses, the village remains politically unstable and medically underprepared. I will accompany you because success probability improves if someone keeps the mission focused." Jiraiya stared, then grinned. "You know, somehow you're ruder than Tsunade and less fun than Orochimaru." Naruto did not react. "Pack light," Jiraiya said. "We leave in an hour." The journey to find Tsunade was unpleasant for everyone involved. Jiraiya tried to teach Naruto the Rasengan. Naruto analyzed it, understood the theory, and failed the output requirement repeatedly. His chakra reserves were too controlled, too compressed. He could shape chakra with precision, but sustained rotational force at high density clashed with his smoke-natured conversion. After the sixth failed attempt, Jiraiya scratched his chin. Huh, that's weird. Naruto looked at the half-torn water balloon. Your teaching method relies on metaphor and repetition without individualized chakra diagnosis. Jiraiya stared. You're definitely Minato's kid, but somehow meaner. I require a different training model. You require childhood trauma therapy. Naruto paused. Is that a jutsu? Jiraiya looked genuinely pained. Oh, kid! Naruto did learn pieces of the technique, not the Rasengan itself, but rotation, compression, the idea of holding violent motion inside a stable shape. He began applying it to smoke, small spirals at first, then compressed smoke bullets. Then directional propulsion bursts from his palms and feet, crude but promising. Jiraiya noticed and said nothing. The brat did not need encouragement. He needed room and someone nearby to stop him from accidentally turning himself inside out. They found Tsunade in a gambling town. Naruto's first impression. Drunk, angry, observant, dangerous hands, grief masked as contempt. Tsunade's first impression of Naruto. Dead-eyed brat with smoke leaking from his mouth and the emotional warmth of a scalpel. They disliked each other immediately. Jiraiya introduced the offer. Tsunade laughed in his face. Hokage, you dragged me all the way into this nonsense for that. Naruto placed a folder on the table. Tsunade looked at it. What's that? Konoha's current medical readiness after the invasion. Jiraiya closed his eyes. Oh boy. Tsunade opened the folder despite herself. Her expression changed by the third page. Naruto stood across from her. Field medic shortages are severe. Hospital triage capacity is overextended. Poison response protocols are outdated. Civilian casualty numbers would have doubled if the invasion had lasted another hour. You are the only candidate with both command legitimacy and medical expertise sufficient to correct this within 6 months. Tsunade slowly looked up. You trying to guilt me, brat? No. Good. Because it won't work. I am informing you that refusal increases preventable death. The table cracked under Tsunade's hand. People in the gambling hall went silent. Jiraiya tensed. Naruto did not move. Tsunade's eyes were hard. You think you understand death? No, that answer stopped her. Naruto continued. I understand systems that allow more of it than necessary. For one moment, Tsunade looked at him and saw not a child asking for a dream, not a village begging for a savior, but a report written in human skin. She hated it. She hated more that he was right. Orochimaru made contact that night, not with Naruto first, with Tsunade. The offer was as in the old story, heal his arms and he would return what she had lost. Dan, Nawaki, the dead names that still owned her. Naruto encountered Kabuto before the final confrontation. The silver-haired spy stepped from an alley with a polite smile. Naruto-kun, Naruto stopped. Kabuto Yakashi, Orochimaru subordinate, medical nin, spy classification confirmed. Kabuto's smile thinned. You're direct. You are compromised. I could say the same. Smoke curled from Naruto's sleeves. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. I won't fight you here. No, you are measuring delay capacity. Kabuto's eyes sharpened. Naruto continued. Tell Orochimaru his arms are still dead because dead things should remain dead. Kabuto laughed softly. You say that after watching the first and second Hokage walk? Naruto's smoke thickened. Yes. The real battle came outside town. Tsunade chose, Jiraiya fought. Kabuto moved like a surgeon with murder in his fingers. Orochimaru, armless but still monstrous, brought snakes and hatred. Naruto fought carefully. He could not match Sannin, he knew that, so he did not try. He made Orochimaru's battlefield worse. Smoke clogged snake mouths. Smoke hid Tsunade's approach angles. Smoke marked Kabuto's movements when his medical chakra tried to disrupt muscle signals. Kabuto adapted fast. Too fast. He cut his own palm, used blood and pain to reset sensation when Naruto's paralytic smoke numbed his fingers. Naruto filed that away. Tsunade saw it too between strikes. She shouted, "Brat, your smoke can numb chakra pathways?" "Yes." "Duration?" 30 seconds mild exposure. 1 minute moderate. "Any tissue damage?" "No." "Good, don't make it toxic unless you know how to reverse it." Naruto paused mid-motion, noted. Jiraiya almost laughed. Tsunade had just started teaching him while punching a giant snake. That, more than any speech, told him she was coming back. The battle ended with Orochimaru retreating again. Tsunade stood in the aftermath, breathing hard, forehead seal active, fists bloodied but steady. She looked at Naruto. "You're creepy?" "Yes." "You're also right about the hospital." "Yes." "I hate that." Most people dislike accurate negative assessments. Tsunade stared at him, then barked a laugh. "Fine, I'll take the stupid hat." Jiraiya grinned. Naruto nodded. "Good." Tsunade pointed at him. "But you and I are having a long talk when we get back." "About medical infrastructure?" "About why a 12-year-old talks like an Anbu captain with depression." Naruto considered. "I have no rank." "That is not the part I'm worried about." Their return to Konoha was interrupted before the border. Mist gathered near a river crossing, not natural mist, heavy, salt-edged. Wrong for inland terrain. Naruto stopped. Jiraiya's posture shifted instantly. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. A figure stood on the far side of the river, tall, blue skin, shark-like face. Massive wrapped sword on his back. Kasama Hoshigaki. Naruto did not know the name yet, but he knew the category. High chakra, swordsman, water affinity. Enemy confidence justified. Beside him, another figure stood half hidden under a cloak patterned with red clouds. Itachi Uchiha. Naruto felt Sasuke's absence like an operational complication. Jiraiya muttered, "Akatsuki!" Naruto's eyes sharpened. Kasama grinned. "So this is the Kyuubi container?" Naruto looked at the river, at the mist, at the sword. "Water counter specialist." Kasama laughed. "Smart brat." Itachi said nothing. His gaze rested on Naruto with unreadable calm. Jiraiya stepped forward. "You two picked a bad road." Kasama's grin widened. "Maybe, maybe not." Then he attacked. Water exploded from the river, surging toward Naruto like a living wall. Naruto converted to smoke. The water hit. And for the first time since his ability had developed, the smoke became heavy, dragged down, compressed, grounded. Naruto reformed hard on one knee, coughing. Kasama was already moving. Same Hata swung. Jiraiya blocked with a summoned toad's blade. Tsunade moved to flank. Itachi remained still. Naruto forced himself upright. Water made smoke heavy, obvious in theory, brutal in practice. Kasama pressed the advantage, flooding the ground, forcing Naruto's smoke low, breaking its spread. Naruto retreated upwind. Kasama noticed. "Running!" "No." Naruto let the water push him. Let Kasama think the counter was complete. Let the battlefield form around that assumption. Then he released smoke not from his sleeves, but from 3 shadow clones hidden earlier along the riverbank. The clones were imperfect, expensive, short-lived, but their smoke did not need to last. It only needed to move with the wind. Kasama inhaled once. The smoke hit his gills and eyes in a concentrated burst. Not enough to defeat him, enough to numb, enough to slow. His grip on Same Hata shifted by half an inch. Jiraiya took the opening. Tsunade's fist hit the ground. The riverbank shattered. Kasama leapt back, laughing even as blood touched his lip. "Good trap." Naruto's clones dissolved. Itachi finally spoke. "Kasama." The shark man clicked his tongue. Yeah. His body shimmered, not real. A water clone mixed with chakra projection. A test. The clone collapsed into river water. Itachi's figure faded too. Before disappearing, his eyes met Naruto's, not hostile, not friendly, measuring. Then the Akatsuki were gone. Jiraiya cursed under his breath. Tsunade looked at Naruto. "You okay?" Naruto wiped water from his chin. "Water techniques significantly reduce conversion efficiency." "That means no. I am functional." "That also means no." Jiraiya stared at the empty river. "They found us too fast." Naruto looked where Itachi had stood. "They were not here to capture me." Jiraiya frowned. No, probe." Confirmation, countermeasure testing. Tsunade's face darkened. Against you? Yes, Naruto exhaled. The smoke came out thin and uneven. Recommend accelerating Akatsuki threat timeline. Far away in a place of shadows and rain, Kasama's report reached Pain. The projection flickered across the dim chamber. The Cubi container is nothing like expected, Kasama said. Smoke body, tactical, hard to hit unless you use water or large-scale chakra disruption. Doesn't panic, doesn't posture. He baited me into a wind position trap. Pain listened without expression. Itachi said nothing for several seconds. Then he added, he analyzes faster than most jonin. He should not be approached as a child. Kasama grinned. Recommend accelerating extraction timeline. The other shadows stirred. Pain's ripple-patterned eyes remained still. Noted. Back in Konoha, Tsunade's first week as Hokage was war without blades, paperwork, council pressure, hospital restructuring, funeral remains, security audits, political wounds. On the 7th day, she summoned Naruto. He entered the office and stopped before the desk. Hokage-sama, Tsunade looked up from a stack of reports. I read your invasion analysis. Yes, you identified 17 major things Hiruzen did wrong. 18! Her eyes narrowed. Naruto continued. I removed one because it would have been impolitic. For a moment, Tsunade just stared. Then she leaned back in her chair and laughed, not happily, not kindly, but genuinely. You are the most irritating brat I've ever met. I have been told similar. What do you want? Naruto did not hesitate. To make the Akatsuki stop being a problem before they become an emergency. Tsunade's smile faded. Outside the window, Konoha rebuilt itself under scaffolds and dust. Inside the office, the new Hokage looked at the boy the old Hokage had feared. She saw the danger. Of course she did. A child without softness could become a blade in anyone's hand, including his own. But she also saw the other thing. The thing Hiruzen, for all his kindness, had been too afraid to use properly. Naruto did not want praise. He did not want power for its own sake. He wanted problems ended before they reached civilians. That was not warmth, but it was not cruelty either. It was something like justice after all the songs had been stripped out of it. Tsunade folded her hands on the desk. Fine, she said. You want Akatsuki files? You'll get supervised access. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Conditions? You work with Shikaku. You train under approved jonin. You submit every conclusion before acting on it. And if I catch you running private operations without authorization, I will put you through the hospital wall and heal you badly. Naruto considered. Acceptable? Tsunade pointed at him. That was a threat. Yes, you're supposed to be scared. No, she groaned. I miss normal children. Naruto turned to leave. At the door, Tsunade spoke again. Naruto, he paused. You're not Anbu. You're not a weapon. You're not a report with legs. Naruto did not turn around. You're a person, she said. Smoke curled faintly from his sleeve. That classification has been inconsistently applied. Tsunade went very still. Naruto opened the door. But I will note the correction. He left. Tsunade sat in silence for a long moment. Then she reached for the nearest bottle in her drawer, remembered she was Hokage now, and slammed the drawer shut hard enough to crack the wood. Outside, Naruto walked through the rebuilt corridors of the Hokage Tower. Konoha was wounded, leaderless no longer, but still unstable. Orochimaru had escaped. Akatsuki had found him. Sasuke's curse mark remained active. The Nine Tails had begun watching from behind the seal. Too many problems, too many fires. Naruto stepped into the open air and looked over the village. Smoke rose from construction pits, cooking fires, cremation grounds, and distant training fields. For most people, smoke meant something had burned. For Naruto, smoke meant the fire had revealed where work needed to begin. He exhaled once. White haze curled from his mouth and vanished into the afternoon wind. One problem at a time, he said. But for the first time, he knew that might not be enough. Chapter 5, Chokehold the Hunt for Absolute Justice. Naruto Uzumaki did not leave Konoha for 3 years. That alone changed everything. In another life, perhaps, he might have chased training across the road with Jiraiya. He might have learned to shout louder, hit harder, throw bigger chakra at bigger enemies until the world finally understood him. But this Naruto did not believe in being understood. He believed in preparation. So when Jiraiya offered travel, experience, and personal instruction, Naruto declined. Jiraiya stared at him across the Hokage's office. "You're turning down 3 years of training with one of the legendary Sannin." "Yes." Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. Kakashi, leaning against the wall, slowly lowered his book because even he wanted to hear how this would go. Jiraiya pointed at Naruto. "Kid, people beg for this chance. Most people value reputation over curriculum quality." Kakashi made a sound behind his mask. Tsunade's mouth twitched. Jiraiya looked betrayed. "I am an excellent teacher. You taught me incomplete Rasengan theory through balloons and metaphor. That's how Minato learned it." Minato had compatible chakra architecture. Jiraiya opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Tsunade leaned back. "He has you there." "I hate this office," Jiraiya muttered. Naruto placed a folder on Tsunade's desk. "I require structured access to tactical archives, historical missing nin files, Akatsuki intelligence, SEAL theory materials, and rotational instruction under available Jonin specialists." Tsunade opened the folder despite herself. Of course there was a schedule. There were 12 schedules, training blocks, rest blocks, medical checkups, chakra control progression, smoke conversion stress testing, SEAL literacy goals, combat doctrine development, countermeasures for known Akatsuki abilities, possible Uchiha engagement models. Tsunade looked up. "You made a 3-year curriculum for yourself." "Yes." "With request forms?" "Yes." "And threat projections?" "Yes." "And a section titled Jiraiya Usefulness Allocation." Jiraiya snatched the folder. "What?" Naruto did not blink. "You are a high-value intelligence asset. Your field network is more useful than your direct supervision." Jiraiya read the section. His face went through several emotions: offense, curiosity, reluctant agreement. Deeper offense because of the agreement. Kakashi turned away, shoulders shaking. Tsunade closed the folder. "No unsupervised archive access. Expected. No classified Akatsuki files without Shikaku reviewing what you pull. Efficient. No live SEAL experiments on yourself." Naruto paused. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. "Naruto, define live." "No, then yes. And you take 1 rest day every 10 days. That is inefficient. That is medical policy. That is coercion. That is me being Hokage." Naruto considered, accepted under protest. Denied under authority, Kakashi whispered. "She's getting good at this." That was how Naruto's training began, not with grand adventure, with paperwork. And the strange thing was, it worked. Konoha learned very quickly that giving Naruto a vague assignment was dangerous, but giving him a clear framework was terrifyingly productive. Under Asuma, he studied close-range pressure control and battlefield breathing. Asuma tried to teach him wind nature. Naruto failed, not because he lacked the affinity entirely, but because his chakra refused to sharpen in the normal way. Wind chakra wanted to cut, slice, separate. Naruto's transformed, dispersed, surrounded, clogged. After 2 weeks, Naruto stopped forcing it. "My chakra does not want to be wind," he said. Asuma lit a cigarette and stared at the smoke between them. "Yeah, I can see that." Naruto watched the cigarette. "You are poisoning yourself." "Thanks, kid." "Why?" Asuma exhaled. "Habit." Naruto considered the smoke drifting from the cigarette, then the smoke curling from his own fingertips. "Mine is not combustion-based, I noticed. Yours smells worse." Asuma laughed hard enough to cough. From him, Naruto learned not wind blades but smoke pressure, how to use airflow to redirect attacks, how to force opponents into bad angles, how to read breath before motion. Under Kurenai, he studied genjutsu defense. He was not naturally gifted at illusion. His mind was too rigid in some places and too foreign in others. Basic genjutsu slid strangely across him, sometimes catching, sometimes failing because his soul did not match the expected shape. Kurenai found that deeply unsettling. Naruto found it useful. "Again," he said after breaking a visual snare. Kurenai lowered her hand. "You've been at this for 4 hours." "Yes, your eyes are bleeding, mildly." That means stop. Stopping reduces adaptation. So does blindness. He stopped, reluctantly, under Guy. He trained body conditioning. That was the hardest. Naruto's smoke made avoiding physical harm easier, which meant his body lagged behind his tactical mind. Guy saw that within a day and declared it a youthful tragedy. Naruto called it a correctable deficit. Guy cried. Naruto did not understand why. Rock Lee challenged him every week. Naruto refused every week until Guy formalized it as controlled sparring. Lee won most physical exchanges. Naruto won most scenario drills. Both improved. Lee began calling him my smoky rival of discipline. Naruto asked him to stop. Lee did not. Under Shikaku Nara, Naruto learned strategy properly, not instinct, not cleverness, systems, supply lines, political incentives, alliance structures, deception layers, acceptable losses, unacceptable truths. Shikaku was the first adult besides Tsunade who did not try to soften him during lessons. He simply handed Naruto harder problems. Naruto solved them. Then Shikaku pointed out what the solution cost. "Your plan works," Shikaku said one afternoon, looking over a simulated border conflict map. "Yes. It also causes famine in 2 neutral towns because you cut the road for 3 weeks." Naruto looked at the map, then corrected the supply route. Shikaku nodded. "Better." Naruto studied the board. "You intentionally gave incomplete civilian data." "Yes." "Why?" "Because enemies don't hand you perfect maps." Naruto looked at him for a long moment. Again, Shikaku sighed. "Troublesome." But he reset the board. Sakura trained too. At first, she trained because she refused to fall behind. Then because Tsunade saw her chakra control and claimed her like a medical project with pink hair. Then because Sakura realized something that made her angry enough to change. Naruto had been right. She had waited too often for permission from people not in command, so she stopped. She learned medical ninjutsu. She learned strength through control. She learned to look at Naruto's smoke and not flinch. Sometimes, late at night, she helped him review seal diagrams. She would sit across from him with ink-stained fingers and tired eyes while Naruto mapped the 8 trigram structure from fragments Kakashi and Jiraiya were allowed to show him. "You know," she said once, "most people would go insane trying to understand the prison inside their stomach." Naruto did not look up. "Ignorance has not improved my situation." "That's not what I meant." "I know." Sakura watched him for a moment. "You ever think maybe you're allowed to be scared?" Naruto's brush paused. The room went quiet. Then he continued writing. "Yes." Sakura waited. He did not elaborate. She sighed. From Naruto, that was practically a confession. Sasuke changed most visibly. The curse mark did not sleep. It waited. Every time Sasuke trained too hard, every time anger overtook breath, every time Itachi's name entered a room without warning, the mark pulsed. Naruto learned suppression theory, not enough to remove it, enough to delay flare-ups. He developed smoke restraint fields that could hold Sasuke down without breaking bones. Sakura hated watching it. Sasuke hated needing it. Naruto hated that hate changed nothing. Their relationship became sharper, closer maybe, but not warmer. Sasuke sought Naruto after training more often than he sought Kakashi. He said it was because Naruto saw weaknesses quickly. That was true. It was not the whole truth. One night, after a brutal spar that ended with Sasuke on one knee and Naruto bleeding from a cut above his eyebrow, Sasuke said, "Fight seriously." Naruto wiped blood from his eye. "I am." "No, you're managing me." "Yes." Sasuke's hand tightened around his kunai. "Stop it." "No." "Why?" "Because if I stop managing you, you will prioritize emotional satisfaction over survival." Sasuke's eyes flashed red. "You think I'm weak?" "No, you think I'll break?" "Yes." The word hit harder than any strike. Sasuke lunged. Naruto's smoke caught his wrist. Sasuke forced through it, curse mark flaring along his shoulder. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Sasuke, stop." "Make me." The smoke field tightened. Sasuke's Sharingan spun. For half a second, they were not teammates. They were two disasters deciding which one would happen first. Then Sakura's fist hit the ground between them. The dirt exploded. Both boys froze. Sakura stood in the crater, breathing hard. If you two want to destroy each other, schedule it when I'm not busy saving people. Sasuke stared. Naruto looked at the crater. Improved output. Sakura pointed at him. Do not compliment me right now, but the fight ended. For a while, that was enough. Then Itachi returned to the edge of Sasuke's life like a knife pressed against an old scar. It began with information. A rumor of Akatsuki movement near the western border. A possible sighting of black cloaks with red clouds. Jiraiya confirmed enough to make it credible. Naruto requested field deployment. Tsunade denied it. Sasuke overheard. That was all it took. 3 nights later, Sasuke was gone. The retrieval team assembled before dawn. Shikamaru commanded officially. Naruto led in practice. Kiba, Choji, Neji, Sakura, and Naruto pursued the Sound 4 trail with urgency sharpened by anger. Shikamaru complained only once, before accepting that Naruto's tracking through smoke drift and air displacement was better than Kiba's nose, once the enemy began laying scent traps. They fought through the Sound 4, not cleanly, not easily. Choji nearly died. Neji nearly died. Kiba was badly injured. Sakura kept 2 of them alive long enough for backup to matter. Naruto did not say she had done well. He looked at her hands covered in blood and said, "You preserved combat assets under impossible conditions." Sakura almost cried, then she slapped him, not hard enough. "People, Naruto." He looked at her. She held his gaze. "People." Something in his expression shifted. A correction filed somewhere deeper than language. "People," he said. Sakura nodded once, exhausted. "Good." At the Valley of the End, Naruto found Sasuke standing between 2 statues of dead founders. Water roared below, storm clouds gathered overhead. Sasuke turned. The curse mark crawled across his skin. "You came?" "Yes, to drag me back." Naruto stepped onto the wet stone. "To retrieve you." Sasuke laughed bitterly. "Same thing?" "No, it is to them." Naruto did not deny it. That angered Sasuke more than a denial would have. "Say something," Sasuke snapped. "Say I'm wrong, say the village cares, say I belong there." Naruto looked at him through the rain. "You are wrong about Orochimaru." Sasuke's expression twisted. "That's it. He will use you, damage you, replace you if possible, consume you if necessary." "I know that." "No, you believe the risk is acceptable because Itachi remains alive." Sasuke's Sharingan activated. "Don't say his name." Naruto continued anyway. "You are not defecting because you trust Orochimaru. You are defecting because Konoha cannot give you permission to become what you think revenge requires." Lightning flashed. Sasuke's voice dropped. "And you can." Naruto was silent. The question mattered more than expected. Could he? Could he permit Sasuke to walk into darkness because forcing him back would create a prisoner instead of a teammate? Could he call that calculation instead of abandonment? Sasuke moved first. The fight was violent. Not loud at first, precise. Sasuke knew Naruto's smoke counters now. He used fire not to burn Naruto, but to force expansion. He used wires to guide heated air currents. He pushed Naruto toward the waterfall where water spray would weigh down his conversion. Naruto adapted. Smoke clones took hits meant for his body. Paralytic haze forced Sasuke to keep moving or lose finger response. Compressed smoke bursts disrupted Chidori's charge path twice. Then the curse mark deepened. Sasuke's body changed, power climbed, reason narrowed. Naruto's smoke thickened in response, spreading across the valley like battlefield fog. They clashed beneath the statues. Chidori tore through Naruto's side as he converted too late. Smoke restraint wrapped around Sasuke's throat, shoulder, and wrist. Both stopped. Both could have ended it. Neither did. Rain fell between them. Sasuke's curse-marked face twisted with exhaustion. "Why won't you fight harder?" Naruto's breathing was uneven. "Because if I win here, you return as a captive." "So, captives escape or break." Sasuke stared at him. Naruto released the smoke restraints. Sasuke's eyes widened. For once he looked young. Naruto stood, one hand pressed to his wounded side. "You are classified as high-value rogue asset. Retrieve, not neutralize." Sasuke's mouth trembled with fury. "I'm not an asset." Naruto looked at him. "No," the rain softened the edges of his voice. "You are a person making a poor decision I cannot prevent without causing a worse one." Sasuke froze. For a second, the curse mark seemed to retreat. Then his face hardened. You'll regret this. Yes. That answer broke something, or maybe spared it. Sasuke turned and vanished into the storm. Naruto let him go. When he returned to Konoha without Sasuke, Tsunade hit the wall beside his head hard enough to crack stone. Explain. Naruto stood in her office, bandaged, pale, and soaked from rain. Forced retrieval would have produced long-term containment failure. Tsunade's voice shook with anger. You had him? Yes, and you let him leave? Yes. Sakura stood near the door, face hollow. Kakashi said nothing. Naruto placed a blood-stained report on the desk. Projected outcomes. Tsunade did not look at it. Damn your projections. Naruto accepted that. He had no defense against grief that was correct. Sakura stepped forward. You promised to retrieve him. Naruto looked at her. I failed. No, her voice cracked. You chose. Naruto was silent. That was worse than denial. Sakura turned and left. Kakashi followed after a moment. Tsunade finally picked up the report. She read one page, then another. She hated every line because it made sense, because it did not matter, because sometimes leadership meant knowing the correct decision still left people bleeding. You're not off the hook, she said. No. You will file Sasuke as retrieval priority. Already done. You will not hide behind the word asset again. Naruto's eyes shifted, only slightly. Understood. Tsunade studied him. For the first time she saw the cost in him, not emotion exactly, but damage. Sasuke leaving had not broken Naruto's heart in the way Sakura expected. It had created an unresolved mission state inside him. For Naruto, that might have been worse. The next 2 years sharpened him. Naruto grew taller, leaner, less childlike in ways that made older shinobi uncomfortable. His Kimiri release reached Tier 4 slowly, painfully, through thousands of controlled failures. Purgatory Shroud. That was what Sakura called it after watching the field blind a sensor nin during testing. Dense smoke that did more than block sight. It disrupted chakra sensing. Not completely at first, then more reliably. Inside Naruto's field, sensors lost precision. Enemy locations became smeared, distorted, delayed. It was like trying to hear footsteps underwater. In combat, it was devastating. Against Hyuga, it did not block the Byakugan fully, but it layered false motion through chakra haze. Against Inuzuka, it confused scent. Against Aburame, it disrupted insect pathing. Against standard shinobi, it turned battlefields into questions Naruto had already answered. His shadow clones changed too. Ordinary clones remained chakra expensive for him, but smoke-infused shadow clones were worse and better at the same time. They could partially convert, making them almost impossible to dispel with simple taijutsu. But each one required precise control, and losing too many left Naruto dizzy and bloodless. He used them anyway, carefully, always carefully. Then came Itachi. Not by accident, Naruto created the meeting. Jiraiya called it reckless. Tsunade called it unauthorized and threatened his spine. Naruto called it controlled contact. Shikaku, annoyingly, called it not entirely stupid, which made Tsunade throw a paperweight at him. The meeting happened at the ruins of an old border shrine. Naruto arrived alone. That was part of the offer. Itachi Uchiha stepped from the trees like a shadow deciding to become a man. You chose a poor place for an ambush, Itachi said. No ambush. No! 3 Konoha teams are positioned outside your extraction range. They will not engage unless you attempt capture. Itachi's eyes studied him. Honest. Efficient. What do you want? Information on pain. Itachi did not react, but Naruto noticed the stillness. You assume I know that name. You are too controlled to ask which pain. For the first time, something almost amused touched Itachi's face. You are not here to ask about Sasuke. No. That is unusual. Sasuke is with Orochimaru, current threat. Akatsuki is systemic threat. Itachi looked at him for a long moment. My brother would hate hearing that. Yes. Do you hate him? No. Do you want him back? Yes. Then why are you here asking about pain? Naruto's smoke curled faintly from his collar. Because retrieving one person while ignoring the organization hunting Jinchuriki is poor prioritization. Itachi's gaze sharpened. You call Sasuke a person now? Naruto went still. The correction landed. Itachi had noticed. Of course he had. Naruto said nothing. Itachi looked toward the shrine stones. I cannot give you what you want. You can give a direction. Rain, Naruto filed it. Leader? Eyes that should not exist. Rinnegan. Itachi's silence confirmed it. Naruto exhaled. Objective, peace, Itachi said. Naruto looked at him. That is not an objective. It is a justification. Itachi's mouth curved faintly, but there was no humor in it. Perhaps, for a moment, neither moved. Then Itachi spoke again. The village ordered the Uchiha massacre. Naruto did not react outwardly, but his smoke stopped moving. Itachi watched carefully. The coup was real. The clan was going to move. Konoha leadership chose extermination. I carried it out. Sasuke was spared because I demanded it. The shrine seemed to grow colder. Naruto's face remained unreadable. So the village gave an 18-year-old an execution order and called it justice. Itachi's eyes darkened. Yes, Naruto looked at him for a long time. That is why systems need oversight. Itachi closed his eyes briefly. Of all the responses he had imagined across the years, rage would have been easier, horror easier, condemnation cleaner. This was neither absolution nor judgment, it was diagnosis, and somehow, terribly, it comforted him. You are very strange, Naruto Uzumaki. Yes. Itachi stepped back. If Sasuke returns to fight you, he will use fire to disperse your smoke. Expected. He will overheat the field if cornered. I have a counter. Itachi's eyes opened. Show me. The test lasted 16 seconds. Itachi released a controlled fire style burst into Naruto's smoke field. The smoke expanded instantly, superheated, pressured, then struck the boundary Naruto had prepared with sealing tags hidden beneath ash. The heat rebounded sideways in a contained thermal wave. Not enough to harm Itachi seriously. Enough to make his cloak snap hard in the opposite direction. Itachi's Sharingan turned slowly. You turned the fire into a pressure trap. Yes, Sasuke will not expect that. No, Itachi looked at him. Do not kill him. Naruto answered immediately. I do not intend to. That is not the same thing. Naruto was quiet. No, he said. It is not. Itachi vanished. Naruto returned to Konoha with a direction. Rain, Rinnegan, peace as justification. Tsunade grounded him for 2 weeks and then quietly moved Rain country intelligence to higher priority. Then pain came, not as rumor, not as report, as impact. The first explosion hit the outer wall before sunrise. The second destroyed a watchtower. By the time alarms screamed through Konoha, black-cloaked figures were already inside the village. 6 bodies. 1 will. Naruto was in the archive basement when the first blast shook dust from the ceiling. He did not wait for orders. Smoke carried him through corridors, up stairwells, across rooftops. The village was chaos within minutes, but not random chaos. Pain's bodies moved with purpose. 1 summoned creatures, 1 absorbed ninjutsu, 1 tore information from mines. 1 fired missiles and blades, 1 revived the others. 1 controlled gravity. Naruto identified 3 within the first 8 minutes. He disabled none permanently. That was the problem. Every time a body fell, another restored it. Every time Konoha formed a defense line, gravity broke it. Naruto shifted priority, civilian evacuation. He filled streets with smoke, not to blind villagers, but to block enemy sightlines. Smoke clones guided children into shelters. Paralytic haze slowed summons long enough for Jonin teams to cut them down. Purgatory shroud distorted chakra sensing, buying the intelligence core precious time. Pain noticed. The diva path turned toward the center of a smoke field where Naruto had just pulled a wounded Chunin from rubble. You are the 9 tails. Naruto looked at him. You are Pain. Yes. Your method is inefficient. Pain's expression did not change. Pain is the only teacher the world obeys. No, pain is an event. What people learn from it depends on structure. For a moment, the Rinnegan stared at him. Then gravity struck. Naruto became smoke. It saved his bones, not his position. The force scattered him across 3 streets. He reformed badly, 1 knee hitting broken stone, blood at his mouth. Diva Path walked toward him. You are disciplined, Naruto stood. You are distributed. Pain paused. Naruto's smoke spread underground through cracks and debris. 6 bodies. Shared vision. Chakra receiver control points. Central source elsewhere. Pain lifted a hand. You see much. Enough. Naruto's smoke surged, not at Diva Path, at the receivers in the body's arms and neck. Pain repelled it with another gravity pulse. The smoke blew apart, then reformed behind him from a clone. Naruto's kunai struck one receiver. Pain's movement glitched, only for an instant, but an instant was proof. Then the sky changed. Diva Path rose above Konoha. Naruto felt the chakra gather. Too much, far too much. He understood before the words were spoken. Large-scale repulsion, village center, maximum casualty event. He had no time to stop it, so he spent the time correctly. Smoke clones moved outward with every scrap of chakra he could spare, carrying warning through streets and shelters. Down. Brace. Get underground. Now, then Pain spoke. Shinra Tensei? The world became force. Konoha flattened, buildings shattered outward like sand drawings in a storm. Stone became dust. Trees snapped. Streets vanished. The Hokage monument cracked. At the epicenter, Naruto converted fully. 90 seconds had once been his limit. Now he pushed beyond it. His body became smoke at the instant the blast reached him. The force took him anyway. It scattered him across the ruined village. Then beyond it. Then into the forest. 3 kilometers away, smoke gathered painfully between broken trees. Naruto reformed and collapsed. For several seconds, he could not breathe. Then he realized he was breathing too much. His ribs were bruised. His chakra pathways burned. His smoke body had nearly failed under gravitational dispersal. Konoha was gone from the skyline, not gone, flattened. Inside him, the seal trembled. For the first time in his life, Naruto did not approach it like a lock to audit. He fell into it like a man hitting water. The sewer inside his mind was dark. Red chakra seeped through bars the size of temple pillars. Behind them, 2 enormous eyes opened. The 9 tails looked down at him. For years, Naruto had felt anger through the seal, pressure. Malice, force without direction. Now the fox spoke. Its voice was deeper than thunder buried underground. You're not him. Naruto stood in ankle-deep water. No, the fox's eyes narrowed. You wear his face. Yes, you carry his body. Yes, you stole his life. Naruto did not answer immediately. Outside, his physical body lay in the forest while a destroyed village bled. Inside, a god beast waited for denial. Naruto gave none. Yes. The fox went still. For all its hatred, it had expected argument, it had expected excuses. Destiny, reincarnation, accident, survival, not admission. Naruto looked up at it. I did not choose the collision, but I remained. Kurama's claws scraped stone behind the bars. You are not Uzumaki Naruto. I am what remained after he and I became one. No, the fox snarled. He was a brat. He would have yelled, cried, demanded. He would have wanted them to love him. Naruto's expression did not change, but something in the sewer shifted, a pain without smoke. I know you don't. No, Naruto said. I don't. The fox's massive face lowered toward the bars. What do you want? The question should have been simple. Power, freedom, survival, victory. But Naruto heard the echo of Hiruzen asking a 6-year-old what he wanted to become. Effective. He looked at the fox. What do you want? Kurama froze. The sewer went silent. The red chakra stopped dripping for one impossible second. What? You have been sealed, transferred, weaponized, feared, and contained. You have made your anger clear. Your objective is not. The fox stared. No human had ever asked that, not like that, not as a real question. Not as if the answer mattered tactically and personally at once. Kurama's lips peeled back. I want out. After that, the fox's growl shook the water. I want them dead. After that, silence. Naruto waited. For the first time, the 9 tails did not answer because it did not know. Outside the seal, pain was still moving. Naruto could feel it distantly. The village needed him. But this mattered. This was not a resource audit anymore. This was the most dangerous person Naruto knew, trapped in a cage with him, and for 12 years both of them had mistaken silence for control. Naruto stepped closer to the bars. I am not asking you to serve me. Kurama's eyes narrowed. I am not your weapon, the fox said. I know you don't. I am learning. Red chakra curled between the bars. It touched Naruto's arm. It burned. He did not move. I need power to stop pain. Naruto said, There it is. I need your cooperation to use it without losing operational control. Kurama laughed, low and cruel. Operational control. Yes, your village lies in dust and you come here with terms? Yes. The fox stared at him. Then, slowly, its laughter faded. You really are not him? No. But something of him is still there. Naruto did not know how to answer. The fox sniffed. Annoying. Naruto waited. Kurama's chakra withdrew from his arm. I will give you a thread, the fox said. Not because you asked, not because I care. Because Pain's eyes stink of the old man's mistake. The sage of 6 paths. Kurama's eyes flashed. Do not speak of him lightly. Noted. The fox bared its teeth. And, Smoke Man, Naruto looked up. If you lie to me, I will hollow you out from the inside. Naruto nodded once. Expected. Kurama growled. You are impossible. Then red chakra touched white smoke. Naruto woke in the forest. His smoke was no longer only white. At the edges, it burned faintly red-orange like embers hidden in ash. He stood. Pain found him before he reached the village. The battle that followed was not victory, not at first. It was survival under godlike pressure. Pain's gravity still scattered him. The Preta path still absorbed chakra constructs if he let them solidify too much. The shared vision still made ambush difficult, but Naruto had changed. Kurama's chakra threaded through his smoke, not overwhelming it but reinforcing cohesion. Where gravity struck, smoke tore apart and returned. Where Pain tried to read him, purgatory shrouds smeared the field. Naruto disabled the Naraka path first, no revival, then the animal path, no summons. Then the Preta path by feeding it smoke so thin and chakra diffuse that it overcommitted absorption before a physical strike broke its receiver. One by one, Pain's bodies fell. The Diva path remained. Naruto faced him in the ruins of Konoha, smoke curling around broken stone, red chakra burning faintly through white haze. Pain spoke of peace, of cycles, of nations learning only through suffering. Naruto listened, then said, You have a real objective and real reach. You are using the wrong method. Pain's expression shifted, almost anger, almost curiosity. Then what would you do? Build systems that make war logistically impossible and politically unrewarding? Pain stared. That is naive. No, it is difficult. Gravity gathered again. Naruto moved first. Smoke beneath the rubble wrapped around the last receiver. He pulled. The Diva path stumbled. Naruto's kunai struck. The last body fell. Later he found Nagato, not by emotion, by receiver signal trace, smoke drift, and Konan's protective positioning. Nagato was skeletal, ruined by his own power, eyes burning with conviction and exhaustion. Konan stood between them, paper wings half-formed. Naruto did not attack. Nagato expected hatred. He did not get it. You came to kill me? Nagato asked. No, to forgive me. No, then why? Naruto looked at the broken man controlling dead bodies in pursuit of peace. To understand whether stopping you requires death. Konan's eyes widened. Nagato laughed weakly. It turned into a cough. They spoke, not as hero and villain, as two people who had looked at the world's cruelty and built opposite prisons from it. Nagato believed pain could unify. Naruto believed pain without structure became only more pain. In the end, Nagato made his choice. Not because Naruto inspired him with warmth. Because Naruto gave him the one thing Pain had abandoned, a better operational model, imperfect, unproven, but not empty. Nagato used the Rin rebirth. The dead of Konoha returned, not all damage vanished, buildings remained broken, trauma remained, but hearts restarted. Breath returned. Names were called again in streets that had been silent. Nagato died. Konan knelt beside him. Naruto stood nearby. He did not offer comfort. He did not know how to make grief smaller, so he gave truth. He had a real objective and real reach, Naruto said. He was using the wrong method, pity. Conan looked up at him. Her eyes were full of tears and paper-sharp fury. "Are you even human?" Naruto thought about it. Genuinely, the smoke around him moved slowly. "I was," he said. "Something of it is still here." Conan stared, then looked back at Nagato. "That may be the saddest answer I've ever heard." Naruto did not disagree. When Naruto returned to the village, people looked at him differently, some with gratitude, some with fear, some with a kind of worship that made him deeply uncomfortable. Sakura found him near the hospital, tense. She had blood on her sleeves and exhaustion in her eyes. "You're alive," she said. "Yes." She stepped forward and hugged him. Naruto went completely still around them. Smoke stopped moving. Sakura held on anyway. "You idiot," she whispered. Naruto looked over her shoulder at the ruined village. "I am not certain what part of my conduct that refers to." "All of it," he considered. "Understood." She laughed once into his shoulder, half-broken, then let go. Kakashi approached later. He looked at Naruto's smoke, at the faint red embers still curling through it. "You spoke to him?" Naruto nodded. "Kyuubi, Kurama." Kakashi's visible eye widened slightly. Naruto looked toward the forest. "That is his name." Kakashi said nothing for a moment, then softly, "That matters." "Yes." Inside the seal, Kurama listened. He said nothing, but for the first time his silence did not feel like hatred. It felt like someone deciding whether conversation was worth the risk. That night, as Konoha mourned and rebuilt for the second time in Naruto's life, Tsunade summoned him to the remains of the Hokage office. There was no desk, only a cracked floor and moonlight through a missing wall. "You saved the village," she said. Naruto looked over the ruins. Nagato restored the casualties. "You bought the time, you beat pain." "I disabled his bodies." "Naruto?" He looked at her. Tsunade's face was tired, bruised, and proud in a way he did not know how to receive. "You saved the village." Smoke curled faintly from his mouth. This time he did not correct her, not because he agreed completely, because Sakura had told him people mattered, because Kurama had a name, because Hiruzen had apologized too late and maybe Tsunade was trying not to. "What now?" Tsunade asked. Naruto looked toward the horizon. Akatsuki was wounded, not ended, Pain was dead, but the organization remained. Sasuke was still gone. Orochimaru was still a variable. The masked man behind Akatsuki had not shown his full hand. Madara, perhaps, or someone using the name, too many problems. But now the work had changed. He was not solving alone. That made the field more complicated, maybe stronger. "We prepare for the next phase," Naruto said. Tsunade sighed. "Of course you say that." Then, after a moment, she smiled. "Fine, but tomorrow you rest." "That is inefficient." "That is an order." Naruto considered arguing. Inside the seal, Kurama rumbled. "Listen to the loud woman. Your smoke smells burnt." Naruto blinked. Tsunade frowned. "What?" Naruto looked vaguely irritated. "Kurama agrees with you." Tsunade stared. Then she laughed so hard she had to sit down on a broken piece of wall. Naruto stood in the moonlit ruins of Konoha, smoke drifting around him, unsure whether he had just lost an argument or gained an ally. Possibly both. Above the village, the night wind carried the last dust of Pain's attack into the dark. For once, Naruto did not chase it. For once, he let the smoke move without giving it orders. And deep behind the seal, the 9 tails watched through narrowed eyes. No longer certain whether the boy outside the bars was a thief, a jailer, or the first human in a very long time who had asked the right question. "What do you want?" The answer had not come yet. But for the first time, Kurama was thinking about it. Chapter 6, Black Smoke Rising. The war and the Fox War did not begin with a scream. Not properly. The scream came later, after the first bodies hit the ground, after the first formation broke, after the first medic realized there were more wounded than hands. War began with maps. It began with ink lines across paper, wooden markers on command tables, supply counts, messenger routes, estimated enemy strength, weather forecasts, casualty projections, and senior shinobi speaking in low voices. Because saying terrible things quietly made them feel less terrible. Naruto Uzumaki stood in the Allied Shinobi Forces command tent and watched 5 villages pretend they trusted each other. The 4th Raikage wanted speed. Anoki wanted caution. Mei Terumi wanted flexibility. Gaara wanted unity. Tsunade wanted everyone to stop posturing long enough to survive. Naruto wanted clean information. He got very little of it. Your Akatsuki data is incomplete, he said. The tent went quiet. The Raikage's eyes narrowed. You got something to say, boy? Naruto looked at the map. Yes. Kakashi, standing behind him, closed his visible eye for 1 second. Tsunade muttered, Here we go! Naruto pointed at 3 markers near the border. The enemy has had years to prepare terrain, corpses, and psychological weapons. Their force composition is unknown. Their commander uses deception as a primary operating principle. Our current deployment assumes they will behave like a conventional army. Anoki's face tightened. And you think they won't? No, the Raikage leaned forward. You're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You are not here to lecture Kage. Naruto looked at him. Then stop making errors where I can see them. The command tent went dead silent. Darui looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. Gaara's mouth twitched very slightly. Tsunade slammed one hand on the table before the Raikage could. He's rude, she said. He's also usually right. Continue, Naruto. Naruto nodded once. No apology, no pride. Just continuation. The Akatsuki's previous pattern favors symbolic disruption, Jinchuriki extraction, and centralized control through disposable bodies. Their masked commander will not commit fully until our formations are fixed. Recommend flexible reserve units, anti-reanimation containment teams, and no assumption that killing enemy bodies removes them from play. The word reanimation shifted the air. Anoki's eyes sharpened. You think they'll use Edo Tensei? Orochimaru's technique has changed hands before. Kabuto Yakushi remains active. Probability high. Tsunade's jaw tightened. She hated that he had included that in earlier reports. She hated more that the reports kept aging well. By the end of the meeting, Naruto was assigned to Division 3 officially as a high-mobility support asset. Unofficially, every commander in the room understood something else. If Naruto saw the battlefield more clearly than his assigned superior, command would drift toward him whether anyone liked it or not. That was exactly what happened. Division 3 did not accept him at first. He was young. Too calm. Too infamous. Too clearly important to be standing beside ordinary shinobi in mud and armor. The older shinobi watched him with the discomfort of soldiers forced to fight beside a living secret. Naruto ignored the attention and reorganized their forward patrol rotation within an hour. The division commander, a stone jonin with a scarred jaw, rejected the suggestion. Naruto nodded and said, Then your left flank fails before noon. The commander nearly struck him. By mid-morning, the left flank failed. Not catastrophically, because Naruto had already placed smoke clones in reserve positions despite the rejected order. The commander found him afterward. You disobeyed formation instructions. Yes, you were right. Yes, do it again and inform me first. Acceptable? By the end of the first week, Naruto did not hold official command. He did not need to. Messages found him. Wounded shinobi asked where to move. Sensors asked how far his smoke field could stretch. Commanders asked for probability assessments and pretended they were only asking out of curiosity. He gave answers, cold ones, useful ones, sometimes merciful ones, though he did not call them that. When a lightning squad wanted to abandon trapped mist shinobi to preserve their own route, Naruto blocked their path with smoke. The squad leader snapped, They're not our people. Naruto looked at him. They are in our formation. That's not the same thing. It is today. He personally covered the extraction. The mist shinobi survived. The lightning squad hated him for 15 minutes, respected him by sunset, and followed his smoke signals without question the next day. Inside the seal, Kurama watched. The fox spoke rarely, but no longer with constant contempt. You command like an old battlefield ghost. Kurama rumbled one night while Naruto sat beside a dying campfire. Naruto did not open his eyes. Accurate. You are still a brat. Physically, Kurama snorted. That almost counted as amusement. Their partnership had limits. Naruto did not take Kurama's chakra freely. Kurama did not offer it generously. They negotiated in fragments during exhaustion, injury, and silence. A thread of chakra here, a warning there. Kurama understood malice better than any censor. Naruto understood formation movement better than most commanders. Together, they became difficult to surprise, not impossible. That lesson arrived wearing a mask. Tobai appeared first as an absence. Reports contradicted each other. Enemy units vanished. Shinobi saw an orange mask in 3 places at once. Attacks landed from impossible angles. Men were dragged screaming into nothing and returned half dead or not at all. Naruto collected the reports. He mapped the timings. He ignored the name Madara. Names were less useful than behavior. Teleportation was not instantaneous, not truly. There was timing, entry delay, exit delay, physical contact requirement for transport, intangibility with rhythm, a space-time technique. Uchiha linked specific eye-based distortion pattern. Kakashi entered the command post while Naruto was marking intervals on a scroll. You've been staring at those reports for 2 hours. Yes. Find anything. Naruto circled 3 timestamps. The masked man is not Madara. Kakashi went still. Naruto looked up. Madara, Uchiha's known combat personality, does not match repeated withdrawal after information gain. This operator favors manipulation, timing, and targeted psychological destabilization. Also, his space-time rhythm resembles a Sharingan variant, not broad legendary power. Kakashi's visible eye darkened. A Sharingan variant. Yes. Naruto watched him carefully. Kakashi knew something, not enough, too much. Before either could speak again, the battlefield alarm rang. The masked man had appeared near the ridgeline. Kakashi moved immediately. Naruto followed. The battle at the ridge was chaos wrapped in red dust. Explosions tore through earth. Reanimated shinobi pressed allied lines. White Zetsu infiltrators wore familiar faces badly enough to fool the desperate and well enough to kill the tired. In the center of it all stood the masked man. Calm. Untouched, space bending around him like the world had agreed he was optional. Naruto's smoke surged across the battlefield. The masked man turned toward him. Ah, the 9 tails. Naruto landed on a broken stone outcrop. Incorrect priority label. The mask tilted, still cold. You expected different. I expected the fox's host to be more emotional. Inside the seal, Kurama growled. Naruto said nothing. Kakashi arrived beside him, Reikiri already active. The masked man looked at Kakashi. For 1 second, the battlefield narrowed. Kakashi's breath changed. Naruto heard it. Not fear, recognition before the mind accepted it. The fight began. Naruto's smoke tested the masked man's intangibility. Kakashi's Kamui tested the space distortion. Guy arrived with raw force and green fire, forcing movement where analysis could not. The mask cracked under combined pressure. Then broke. The face beneath it was not Madara. Kakashi stopped breathing. Obito Uchiha looked back at him, older, scarred, wrong in a way that made grief look small around them. Battle noise faded into meaninglessness. Kakashi's hand dropped slightly. Obito, Naruto looked once at Kakashi. He gave him exactly 1 minute. Not because the battlefield allowed it, because Kakashi needed it, and Naruto had learned that people were not only assets, even when the war tried to make them so. 1 minute. Obito spoke of Rin. Of the world's cruelty, of false reality, of the infinite Tsukuyomi as salvation. Kakashi said almost nothing. His silence bled. When the minute ended, Naruto stepped forward. He will recover, Naruto said. Obito needs us at the summit ridge in 12 minutes. Kakashi flinched as if struck. Obito stared, then laughed softly. You really are heartless. Naruto's smoke thickened around his feet. No, I am on schedule. Obito's eye narrowed. You think you can stop me with discipline? No. Naruto looked toward the distant battlefield where the Ten Tails revival pieces were being forced into place. With discipline, allies, and correct targeting. Obito attacked. This time the war stopped being divided. Everything pulled toward the same center. The Jido statue roared beneath a sky turning wrong. Biju Chakra screamed across the battlefield. Tailed beasts were dragged, bound, chained, weaponized. The Ten Tails' rebirth was no longer theory, it was happening. Kurama's rage erupted inside Naruto with such force that his knees nearly buckled. "They are using us again," the fox snarled. Naruto braced one hand against the ground. "Yes, I will not be chained again. No, you cannot stop this alone." "I know." That answer mattered. Naruto stood, smoke curling around him, and called for command relay. He did not ask for permission. He issued a formation correction across 3 divisions: Earth users to anchor, wind users to create pressure channels, medical teams back by 2 ridges, sensors outside his smoke radius unless ordered in. Uchiha engagement unit to Kakashi's position, sealing teams forward. Nobody had officially given him that authority. Everyone moved anyway. Obito noticed. Madara noticed too. Because by then, the real Madara had entered the war like history deciding it was bored of being past. Madara Uchiha was everything Naruto had expected and worse. Not a manipulator hiding behind masks, a storm with a face. He moved through armies like they were unfinished sentences. Fire, wood, Susanoo, Taijutsu, arrogance so absolute it bent fear around it. Naruto did not try to outshine him. That was not the mission. Madara wanted spectacle. Naruto denied him clean battlefield structure. Smoke fields broke line of sight. Purgatory shrouds smeared sensor coordination. Smoke clones baited Susanoo strikes toward empty ground. Naruto did not defeat Madara. He made Madara spend time. In war, time was blood. Every second spent on Naruto's misdirection was a second sealing team survived. Every delayed strike saved a squad. Every ruined line of sight made Madara's overwhelming power slightly less efficient. Madara smiled during it. "You fight like a commander, not a hero." Naruto reformed from smoke 50 meters away, bleeding from one ear. "Heroes overcommit," Madara laughed. "Good." That approval felt disgusting. Then Obito forced the issue. The partial extraction came during a battlefield collapse near the Ten Tails. Chains of chakra tore through the air, striking toward Naruto's seal, while Obito and the Jido statue pulled at the Nine Tails' power. Naruto dropped to one knee. For the first time since pain, he felt the seal open under someone else's hand. Inside, Kurama roared, not in anger only, in fear, real fear. Naruto hit the inner seal space like a man falling through smoke. The sewer was no longer still water and bars. It was war. Red chakra flooded the floor. The cage shook. Outside the bars, Naruto stood facing a fox whose hatred had been replaced by fury large enough to become grief. "They are pulling me out," Kurama snarled. "I know. If they take me, you die." "Yes," the fox's eyes burned, "and yet your first thought was formation stability." "Yes." Kurama slammed a claw against the bars. "Idiot!" Naruto looked up. "I need to open the seal partially. No, if I don't, Obito controls the extraction angle and takes you by force." "No, if I open it, we redirect flow." "No," the sewer shook. For the first time, Naruto shouted back. "Then give me another option." Silence struck harder than noise. Kurama stared. Naruto's chest rose and fell. Smoke curled from his shoulders even inside his own mind. The fox lowered its head. "What are you?" The question was not an insult this time. It was old, tired, almost desperate. Naruto knew then that the answer could not be tactical, not anymore, so he gave the truth. All of it. Kurama's eyes narrowed. Naruto stood in the red-lit water and spoke of a world that did not exist here, a world of endless ocean, of pirates and marines, of a man in a white coat with justice written on his back and smoke in his lungs. He spoke of chasing criminals across seas, of corrupt orders, of refusing easy definitions of justice, of dying with unfinished work in his mouth. He spoke of the Shinigami's hand, of the infant soul, of collision, of overwriting, of waking in a village that hated a child who had never chosen to be born. Kurama listened, for once, truly listened. When Naruto finished, the sewer was silent except for the distant strain of extraction chains. "The brat whose body this is," Kurama said slowly. "You replaced him?" Naruto's voice was quiet. "Yes." The fox's eyes darkened. Was he worth replacing? Naruto did not answer quickly. He could have said it was not a choice. He could have said survival had no morality. He could have said the infant had no formed self, no memory, no identity to steal. All of that might even have been true. None of it answered the question. I don't know, Naruto said. I never got to meet him. Kurama's face shifted. Something ancient and wounded moved behind his eyes. The fox had hated Naruto for wearing a dead child's life badly, for not shouting, for not wanting love, for not being the boy whose loneliness might have matched the fox's rage in a way Kurama understood. But now, hearing the truth, the Nine Tails realized something terrible. There had been a Naruto who never got to become Naruto, not killed by the village, not killed by the fox, not killed by hatred, lost in the machinery of gods, seals, war, and desperate men making desperate choices. Kurama had never mourned a human child before. He did not know how. The silence that followed was the closest he could come. Finally, the fox spoke. I am not your weapon. Naruto looked up. I know. I am not your prisoner by choice, I know. I will not call you my friend because you asked one decent question. I did not ask that. Kurama bared his teeth. Good. The bars groaned as another extraction chain tightened. Naruto stepped closer. I am asking for partnership. Kurama's chakra surged. Partnership. Yes. You plan to use my chakra. Yes. You plan to bind the 10 tails. Yes. You plan to survive. Naruto paused, if possible. Kurama growled low. Wrong answer. Naruto looked at him. The fox leaned closer to the bars. You survive. That is part of the agreement. Naruto stared. Kurama looked away first. Do not make me share a corpse with the 10 tails and your guilt. Something in Naruto's chest tightened. Not pain, not exactly. A correction. Accepted. Kurama lifted one massive claw. The seal opened, not broken, opened. By choice. Red chakra met white smoke. The battlefield saw Naruto rise in black, not black like shadow, black like ash after something holy had burned. Smoke poured from him in a vast rolling wave, threaded with Kurama's chakra, dense enough to bend light at the edges. It did not drift randomly. It moved with intent. The first enemy it touched screamed as chakra pathways burned numb and cold-hot at once. Naruto pulled back immediately. Control, always control. Tier 5, he whispered. Inside him, Kurama snarled, Name later, move now. The ashen cage was born. Obito's extraction chains hit the black smoke and corroded at the edges. Not melted, not cut, unmade where smoke and Biju chakra infiltrated the structure. Obito's eye widened. Naruto moved, not with speed alone, with presence. Smoke became platforms beneath his feet, bursts of pressure that let him step through the air in sharp, brutal angles. It was not flight, not truly. It was Jeppo rebuilt in chakra smoke, a dead marine's movement reborn in shinobi war. He struck Obito's flank, scattered before counterattack, reformed above, drove ash smoke into the gap between Kamui phasing intervals. Obito cursed. Kakashi saw the opening. Kamui pulled, Guy struck. Naruto sealed for a moment. Obito's maskless face twisted not with pain, but with disbelief. He had planned for hatred, for hope, for rage, for speeches. He had not planned for a boy made of smoke, guilt, discipline, and a fox who had finally decided the cage door opening did not have to mean surrender. But Obito was not the end. The 10 tails rose. Scale lost meaning. It was not an animal. Not exactly. It was chakra given ancient hunger. A body too large for the battlefield, an eye too empty for thought, power moving before personality. Its roar flattened trees miles away. Shinobi fell to their knees. Some prayed, some vomited, some simply stopped. Naruto looked at it and understood immediately this could not be beaten by damage. Damage was irrelevant. The 10 tails was not an opponent. It was a system, a root structure, a chakra distribution network, a world-ending engine waiting for direction. Madara and Obito wanted to use it to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, to fold the world into dream. Naruto did not care about the poetry of it. He cared about launch sequence. Every great technique had structure. Every structure had load points. Every load point could be disrupted. Kurama. Naruto said. I see them, the fox answered. For the first time they looked through the same eyes. The ten-tails chakra nodes pulsed beneath its surface, vast and unstable. Naruto's normal smoke would have vanished against that pressure. The ashen cage did not vanish. It infiltrated. Black smoke spread across the battlefield, not attacking the ten tails from outside, but entering through wounds, through breath, through chakra fractures left by allied assaults. Sage-level wind from allied users carved temporary tunnels. Earth users anchored sealing tags. Killer Bee and Juki hammered the ten tails' attention away from the infiltration points. Gaara's sand carried black smoke higher. Sakura, now at the front lines as a medic and combatant, punched open a path through a cluster of Zetsu and shouted, "Naruto, left node is destabilizing." He heard her. Trusted her, shifted. The smoke entered the left node and locked it, not destroyed, locked. That distinction mattered. Destroying nodes caused overflow. Locking them forced delay. Delay gave sealing teams time. Sasuke arrived near dusk. No announcement, no apology. Just black flames cutting across a ten-tails tendril before it crushed a medical unit. Naruto turned. Sasuke stood on broken ground, older, sharper, eyes colder than before. Curse mark gone, but scars remaining where choices had been. For 1 second, the war paused inside Naruto, even if the battlefield did not. Sasuke looked at him. You look worse. Naruto's smoke curled around him, black and red at the edges. You returned. Don't make it emotional. I wasn't. Chen. A ten-tailed spike descended toward them. They moved at the same time. Sasuke's Amaterasu burned through the outer mass. Naruto's ashen cage smoke entered the burned channel and sealed the inner node. Neither thanked the other, neither needed to. Inside the seal, Kurama huffed. This is the one? Yes. He smells like fire and bad decisions. Accurate. Sasuke glanced at Naruto. What? Kurama assessment. Sasuke's eye twitched. The final push came when the infinite Tsukuyomi pattern began forming in the sky. The moon turned wrong. Madara laughed. Obito struggled. The ten tails screamed. Allied forces broke formation under pressure. Naruto felt the launch sequence through every particle of smoke inside the beast. Too many nodes, too much power, not enough time. There was one solution. He saw it completely, hated it immediately. Kurama saw it too. No, Naruto said nothing. No. Kurama repeated, louder. Naruto's hands formed sealing signs. Kakashi realized first. Naruto? Sakura turned, eyes widening. Sasuke's Sharingan spun. What are you doing? Naruto's voice carried through the smoke field. Changing containment model. Tsunade, from the command relay, shouted through the comm line, Naruto, explain! If the ten-tails chakra is distributed through an external smoke seal matrix, it cannot reconstitute or complete the launch sequence. Shikaku's voice, strained and distant, cut in. Anchor point? Naruto was silent. That was answer enough. Sakura's face went white. No, Naruto continued forming signs. The seal requires a living regulator. Sasuke stepped toward him. Don't. Naruto looked at him. For once, there was no calculation in his eyes, only decision. If I move, the matrix fails. Sasuke's face twisted with anger. Then we find another way. No time. There is always another way. Naruto looked past him toward the moon, toward the forming dream that would swallow every person on the battlefield into a lie. No, sometimes there is only the way that works. Sasuke lunged to stop him. Black smoke rose between them, not an attack, a wall. Sasuke's fist hit it and shook. Naruto? Sakura was running now too, but Kakashi caught her arm. She fought him. Kakashi held on because he understood the look on Naruto's face. He had worn versions of it himself. And hated everyone. Inside the seal, Kurama stood before Naruto. No bars between them now. The cage was open. The fox's chakra stormed around them both. You said survival was part of the agreement, Kurama snarled. Naruto looked up. Yes, this is not survival. It can be. Do not lie to me. Naruto's smoke moved around his shoulders. I will live. As a lock. Naruto did not deny it. Kurama's eyes burned. So you become what he became. What all of them made me. A cage. No, the fox's claws dug into the floor. Naruto looked at him. A lock. Kurama went still. Naruto continued. A cage exists to keep something powerless. A lock exists because what is behind it still matters. The fox stared at him. For a long moment, the battlefield outside seemed far away. Then Kurama lowered his head until one massive eye was level with Naruto. You are very bad at being human. Yes, but not as bad as you think. Naruto did not know what to say. Kurama shoved chakra into him before he could try. Then lock it properly. Naruto opened his eyes. The ashen cage expanded. Black smoke rolled over the 10 tails like nightfall. Sealing tags lit across miles of battlefield. Earth anchors slammed into place. Sand carried smoke upward. Wind shaped channels. Lightning stabilized outer rings. Water cooled the burning edges. Medical chakra from Sakura and Tsunade reinforced Naruto's failing body from a distance. For one impossible moment, the entire allied shinobi force became part of one technique. Not because they trusted each other completely, because Naruto had built a structure where every contribution had a place. The 10 tails roared. The moon pattern cracked. Madara's smile vanished. Obito screamed. Naruto sat down at the center of the field, cross-legged, back straight, hands locked in the final seal. Black smoke spiraled around him, rising higher and higher until the 10 tails' massive form blurred, broke, and collapsed inward into distributed chakra streams. Not destroyed. Contained. Not defeated, denied. The infinite Tsukuyomi failed before birth. Silence fell across the battlefield in pieces, first the sky, then the earth. Then the soldiers. The permanent smoke field settled outside Konoha's northern border, stretching across the torn forest like a dark inland sea. At its center sat Naruto Uzumaki, alive, still, bound to the greatest sealing matrix in shinobi history. Sasuke reached the edge of the smoke first. He tried to step through. His skin burned instantly, not from heat, from chakra pressure. Naruto opened his eyes. Do not enter. Sasuke's voice was low. Release it. No, that's an order. You hold no rank over me. Sasuke's face twisted. You let me leave. Yes, now I'm telling you to come back. Naruto looked at him through the black haze. I can't. Sakura arrived behind Sasuke, breathing hard, tears cutting clean lines through ash on her face. Can't or won't? Naruto's gaze softened by a fraction. Both. She covered her mouth. Kakashi stood beside her, silent. Tsunade approached last. For once the Hokage had no threat ready, no joke. No command that could fix what had been won. Naruto looked at all of them, then beyond them, to the thousands of shinobi still alive, because the sky had not become a dream. This is where I stay, he said. Inside him, Kurama lay curled in the open seal space, not chained, not free, but present by choice. The fox spoke quietly. So this is duty. Naruto kept his hands in the seal. Yes. Kurama closed his eyes. Idiot. But he did not withdraw his chakra. The smoke field stabilized. The war did not end cleanly. Wars never did. There were still enemies to capture, dead to count, lies to expose, histories to correct. But the world had not ended. That was enough for the first night. As dawn approached, Naruto sat in the center of black smoke while the battlefield cooled around him. Sasuke remained at the edge until sunrise. Sakura slept from exhaustion against a broken tree, refusing to leave. Kakashi stood watch. Tsunade began issuing orders with a voice that shook only when no one important could hear. And in the center of the ashen cage, Naruto exhaled slowly. The smoke did not drift away. It held. For once, the chase had ended, but the post remained. And Naruto Uzumaki, marine soul, shinobi body, Jinchuriki partner, and living lock, did what he had always done when there was nothing left to say. He kept working. Chapter 7, The White Chase, ends here. The smoke that consumes everything. Peace did not arrive like victory. There was no single morning where the world woke up healed. The fourth great ninja war ended in stages. First, the screaming stopped. Then the orders stopped. Then the counting began. Bodies, survivors, missing shinobi, broken divisions. Villages that had sent children to fight legends and received names on paper in return. The battlefield outside Konoha's northern border became a place no one knew how to describe. It was not a graveyard, though many had died there. It was not a monument, though people would later try to make it one. It was not a prison, though the greatest monster in shinobi history slept beneath it. It was a field of smoke. A permanent black haze spread across the ruined forest, motionless at the edges, twisting slowly near the center like a storm that had chosen discipline over destruction. No wind moved it. No rain cleared it. No sunlight fully pierced it. At the heart of that smoke sat Naruto Uzumaki, cross-legged. Back straight, hands resting in a sealing posture that had become less a technique and more a state of existence. His eyes were closed most days, not sleeping, never fully sleeping. The ashen cage required awareness, constant regulation. Too much pressure and the Ten Tails chakra tried to gather. Too little and the matrix thinned. Every hour was correction, every breath was calculation. Naruto had become the lock, and the world, as worlds often did, began moving on around the person holding the door shut. Konoha rebuilt again. This time it rebuilt differently. After pain, the village had rebuilt with grief. After the war, it rebuilt with embarrassment, because the war had revealed too much, too many old lies, too many clan secrets, too many systems that had survived only because nobody forced them into daylight. The Uchiha massacre became a whispered wound first, then a council crisis, then an official investigation that half the village wanted and the other half feared. Danzo's name became poison. The elders aged 10 years in 3 months. Tsunade remained Hokage long enough to make sure the village could not quietly bury everything under new paint. Then, Kakashi Hatake became the 6th Hokage. He accepted the hat with the expression of a man being handed a loaded explosive and told it was tradition. His first official visit as Hokage was not to the daimyo, not to the council, not to the academy. He went north. The smoke field recognized him before the guards did. Its edge thinned slightly, not enough to allow entry, but enough for his voice to carry. Kakashi stopped at the boundary. He wore the Hokage robes badly, as if expecting someone to realize a clerical error had been made and take them back. Naruto opened his eyes. "Kakashi!" "Hokage-sama," Kakashi corrected mildly. Naruto studied him. "No," Kakashi sighed. "I was afraid of that. You dislike the title." "I dislike paperwork. The title just brings paperwork in ceremonial clothing." Naruto's mouth did not smile, but the smoke near him loosened slightly. That was close enough. Kakashi set a folded Jonin vest on a flat stone near the boundary. Naruto looked at it. "This is unnecessary." "Probably." "I cannot wear it." "Obviously." "Then why bring it?" Kakashi looked toward the center of the smoke field. Because he had failed to save Abido, because he had failed to save Rin, because he had failed to reach Sasuke before the curse mark became a road, because he had watched Naruto choose a burden and had not found a way to stop him, because some part of him still believed a student should be given the uniform he had earned, even if the world had made sure he could never wear it. Instead, Kakashi said, "Administrative completion." Naruto watched him for a long moment. "That is a poor lie." "Yes, but acceptable." Kakashi sat down outside the boundary. He did not enter. Nobody entered, not safely. The ashen cage reacted to chakra signatures as potential destabilizers. Even Kurama's presence within Naruto had to be carefully balanced. Anyone stepping inside risked cellular disruption, chakra contamination, and becoming part of a sealing matrix designed to hold something older than civilization. So Kakashi sat on the outside. Naruto sat within. Between them, black smoke moved like slow water. Kakashi opened a folder. "Report," Naruto nodded. "Begin," so Kakashi read village updates, council reforms, academy curriculum changes, new inter-village communication protocols, medical infrastructure improvements, the memorial registry, Sasuke's provisional status, Sakura's hospital command track, Shikamaru's diplomatic assignments, Gaara's alliance proposals. Naruto listened. Sometimes he corrected strategy. Sometimes he asked one question and forced Kakashi to realize 3 committees had missed a structural weakness. Sometimes he said nothing, those visits became monthly. Kakashi always brought reports. Naruto always listened. Kakashi always left a Jonin vest. By the 7th month, there were 7 vests lying folded on stones near the edge of the smoke field, untouched by rain because Naruto's smoke curled above them like a roof. No one mentioned it. Sakura visited less often at first, not because she cared less, because she cared too much, and the first time she saw him sitting there, unchanged and unreachable, she had nearly punched through the boundary with chakra-enhanced strength. Tsunade stopped her, barely. "Naruto?" Sakura had shouted, tears in her eyes and fury in her fists. "Look at me and say this is fine." Naruto had opened his eyes. "It is stable." "That is not what I asked." "No." "Then answer me." The smoke field pulsed. Naruto looked at her through the black haze. "It is not fine." Sakura froze. That was the first time he had admitted it, not as a tactic, not as a report, not as a controlled negative assessment, just truth. His voice stayed calm, but something underneath it had changed. "It is necessary," he said. Sakura's hands lowered slowly, her face broke in a way that made Naruto look away. "You always do that," she whispered. "What?" "Make the worst thing sound like the only thing." Naruto said nothing. Sakura wiped her face roughly, then she sat down outside the field. "I'm not forgiving you today." "Understood. I'm also not leaving yet." "Understood." She stayed until nightfall. The second time she visited, she brought medical scrolls and shouted at him for ignoring tissue degradation in his own reports. The third time, she brought food he could not eat and called herself stupid for forgetting. Naruto asked her to describe it anyway. She did. Miso soup. Rice. Pickled vegetables, grilled fish. Naruto listened like it mattered. After that, Sakura brought descriptions instead of food. "What does the hospital smell like now?" he asked once. Sakura blinked, like disinfectant, sweat, and fear. "Improvement," she thought about it. "Less blood. Good." She gave a weak laugh. "Only you would call that good." "It is, I know." That was the strange thing. She did know now, not because Naruto had become soft, because she had learned to hear the care hidden inside the work. Sasuke did not visit for almost a year. No one knew where he went at first. Some said he was hunting the last remnants of Akatsuki. Some said he was traveling to old Uchiha sites. Some said he had left because guilt was easier to carry on the road. Naruto did not ask. Kakashi mentioned him in reports. Sakura sometimes said his name like it had sharp edges. Kurama mocked the silence. "The fire-eyed one is avoiding you." Naruto sat within the seal space, which had changed since the war. There were no bars now, not exactly. The cage had become a vast open chamber of red water and black smoke, with seals glowing across the ceiling like stars reflected in a sewer that had learned dignity. Kurama lay in the center, massive head resting on crossed paws. Naruto stood before him. Sasuke processes guilt poorly. Kurama snorted. All Uchiha process everything poorly. That is a broad assessment. Accurate, Naruto considered. Mostly. Kurama's tails shifted. You let him leave once. Now he does not know how to return without proving leaving was worth it. Naruto looked at the water. You understand him? I understand cages, Kurama said. Naruto did not answer. The fox opened one eye, and guilt. Humans are full of it. It makes you all smell sour. Naruto looked mildly offended. I do not smell sour. You smell like smoke, stubbornness, and bad decisions. That is not a medical category. It is a fox category. Sasuke arrived at dawn in the 13th month. No announcement, no escort. He walked through the northern trees wearing a dark cloak, sword at his side, one arm missing and his remaining hand tucked loosely into his sleeve. He stopped at the edge of the smoke field. Naruto opened his eyes before Sasuke spoke. Sasuke, Naruto. Silence settled between them, the kind that had followed them since childhood, not comfortable, not hostile, heavy with things both refused to name too quickly. Sasuke looked at the smoke. So this is what you chose? Yes. You look the same. You do not. Sasuke's mouth tightened. I heard you say that to Kakashi too? No. Echen. The smoke moved faintly. Sasuke stepped closer to the boundary. The black haze licked toward his sandal, then withdrew when Naruto tightened the seal, still managing everything. Yes. Still answering like that. Yes. Sasuke looked away, jaw tense for a moment. He seemed 16 again, standing in rain at the Valley of the End, demanding that someone force him to stay because choosing to stay had felt impossible. You let me go, Sasuke said. Yes. Why? You know why. I want to hear it. Naruto studied him. The easy answer was tactical. The truthful answer was worse. Because dragging you back would have made Konoha your prison. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. You think Orochimaru was better? No. Then, you needed to finish something, not well, not safely. But truly, Sasuke's remaining hand clenched, and if I hadn't come back, then I would have been wrong. Sasuke looked at him sharply. Naruto did not look away. That was the part Sasuke had not expected, not confidence, not some hidden calculation where Naruto had known everything would work out. Just acceptance of consequence. You calculated it, Sasuke said. Yes, you gambled. Yes. With me, Naruto's voice was quieter. Yes, Sasuke laughed once, bitter and low. I should hate you for that. Yes. I don't, Naruto waited. Sasuke looked at the smoke field, at the permanent seal, at the boy who had treated him like a mission until the word person had forced its way into both of them. You knew I'd come back. No, Sasuke's face shifted. Naruto continued. I believed you could. That landed harder. Sasuke looked down. For a long time, neither spoke. Then Sasuke sat at the edge of the field, not close enough to burn, close enough to stay. Did it work? Sasuke asked. Naruto looked at him. Did what work? Letting me finish it. Naruto considered the question. Itachi is dead. Orochimaru is degraded. Akatsuki is gone. The Uchiha truth is public. You returned. That's your answer? No, Sasuke's eyes moved to him. Naruto's smoke curled slowly. My answer is, you are still here. Sasuke closed his eyes. The silence that followed was not repaired friendship. It was not forgiveness. It was the first stone of a bridge neither of them knew how to build as children. But it held. That was enough for Dawn. Years began to pass. The smoke field became a landmark, then a warning. Then a story. Academy maps marked the northern forest as restricted territory. At first the label read, Ashen Containment Zone. Entry prohibited. Later, after student complaints that it sounded boring and ominous in the wrong way, someone wrote in the margins, the man in the smoke lives here. Don't be stupid. Iruka saw it, sighed, and did not erase it. He visited once a year. He always brought academy reports, not official ones, the real ones, which students cheated badly. Which ones helped classmates when no one was watching. Which ones reminded him too much of Naruto and therefore made him worry. You were never this loud. Iruka said one spring afternoon after describing a prank gone wrong with 3 smoke bombs, 2 paint seals, and a very angry Chunin instructor. Naruto looked vaguely interested. Smoke bombs? Yes, and before you ask, no, I did not encourage them. Poor deployment. Terrible deployment. Then discipline was appropriate. Iruka smiled sadly. You know, sometimes I think if you'd been a normal student, you would have been an unbearable class monitor. Naruto considered, likely. Iruka laughed, then grew quiet. I wish you'd had the chance. Naruto said nothing. Inside the seal, Kurama opened one eye but did not speak. Some silences belonged to humans. The world changed in practical ways. Tsunade forced medical reforms through the alliance with the aggression of a woman who had punched gods and bureaucracy, and hated the second more. Gaara helped build a council between villages that did not rely entirely on fear. Shikamaru became the sort of diplomat who made war seem exhausting before anyone started one. Sakura built a trauma hospital wing and refused to call it anything softer than what it was. Sasuke traveled as Konoha's shadow investigator, sending reports no one officially requested, and Kakashi definitely read. Kakashi remained Hokage longer than he wanted and shorter than the elders wanted. Naruto remained in the smoke. At first, people called it sacrifice, then duty, then legend. Naruto disliked all 3 terms. Legend is usually inaccurate, he told Kakashi during one report visit. Kakashi sat outside the boundary, older now, the latest John in vest folded beside him. You'd prefer what? Ongoing containment specialist? Yes. That's terrible branding. Branding is unnecessary. says the man children call the White Chase. Naruto's eyebrow shifted. They call me what? Kakashi's visible eye curved. Some of the academy kids heard an old story about your smoke fields chasing enemy shinobi through the war. It got exaggerated. How much? You apparently chased Madara across 3 mountain ranges, arrested the 10 Tails, and told the moon to stand down. Naruto stared. Kakashi looked pleased. Don't worry. Sakura corrected them. Good. She told them you didn't arrest the 10 Tails. You filed it under permanent custody. Naruto closed his eyes. Inside the seal, Kurama laughed so hard the chamber shook. That became part of the legend too, somehow. Stories changed because people needed them to. The village that once feared Naruto rewrote its fear into reverence. That did not erase the truth. Naruto remembered. Kurama remembered. Sakura remembered. Kakashi remembered. Uruka remembered. But Naruto did not resent the children for inheriting a kinder story than he had. A good system improved over time. Even memory, perhaps. The deepest change happened where no one else could see it. Inside the seal, Kurama began speaking, not growling, not mocking, speaking. At first he told Naruto about battle, the sage, the 10 Tails, the first division of chakra, the early humans who looked at Biju and saw gods, then weapons, then disasters. Later he spoke of smaller things. Mountains before villages, forests before roads, the way the world smelled when chakra was younger. The old man, Hagoromo, sitting with the newly born tailed beasts and giving them names like names could protect them from what humans would later become. Naruto listened. He was good at listening when he understood the importance of information. Over time, he learned to listen when there was no mission attached. That was harder. One evening inside the seal, Kurama asked, "Do you miss your world?" Naruto stood ankle-deep in red water, looking up at the false sky of glowing seals. He had not thought about the sea in a long time, not properly. Sometimes smoke moved like fog over water, and something inside him remembered a ship deck before dawn. Sometimes a distant gull cry from the real world hit a place no shinobi memory owned. Sometimes he dreamed of a white coat with justice written across the back, walking away into mist. But missing was complicated. Smoker's world had not been gentle. It had been corrupt, loud, violent, full of criminals and cowards and men using justice as decoration, but it had been his. "I miss purpose," Naruto said. Kurama's tails shifted. "You have it here." "Yes." That was not the question. Naruto was quiet for a long time. "I miss knowing which memories belonged entirely to me." Kurama did not mock him. That alone showed how far they had come. "The brat's body," Kurama said slowly. "Your soul, both trapped in the same consequence. Yes, you are more like him than you think." Naruto looked at the fox. "Who?" "The first one who held me, Hagoromo." Kurama's eyes narrowed with old memory. He did not want to be a container either. Not of the 10 Tails, not of human hope, not of the future. He did it anyway. Naruto absorbed that. Outside, the smoke field shifted gently in the real wind. Inside, Kurama lowered his head. "I hated you because you were not the child I expected." Naruto said nothing. "I hated him too," Kurama admitted. "The idea of him, another human cage, another life built around my prison." The fox's voice grew quieter, "But he never came. You did." Naruto looked down at the water. "I do not know if that is better." "No," Kurama said. "Neither do I." The honesty sat between them, heavy and clean. Then Kurama huffed. "But you ask better questions than most humans." Naruto looked up. "Is that praise?" "No," clarify. "No," Naruto almost smiled. Almost. In the 10th year after the war, the smoke field weakened for the first time, not dangerously, but noticeably. The outer edge thinned. Sensors detected a pulse. Kakashi came immediately. Sakura arrived within an hour. Sasuke arrived before sunset, which meant he had either been nearby or moved faster than anyone wanted to ask about. Tsunade came too, older but still terrifying enough that guards moved out of her way by instinct. They stood at the edge of the field together. Naruto opened his eyes. "You're all overreacting." Sakura pointed at him. "Do not start." The seal remained stable. You lost outer density. Intentional. Kakashi's eye sharpened. Intentional how? Naruto looked toward the center of the field. The Ten Tails chakra has stopped attempting active reconstitution. No one spoke. Sasuke's Rinnegan studied the smoke. You're sure? Yes. Tsunade stepped closer. What does that mean? Naruto's hands remained resting on his knees. It means the lock no longer requires full external field density. Sakura's breath caught. Can you leave? The question landed like a thrown blade. Naruto did not answer quickly. That was answer enough. Limited movement may become possible eventually, he said. Sakura closed her eyes. Not relief exactly. Relief hurt too much after 10 years of preparing for never. Kakashi looked down at the Jonin vests near the boundary. There were many now, stacked carefully under smoke cover like a silent argument he had refused to stop making. Sasuke's voice was low. How long? Unknown. Tsunade snorted. Of course. Naruto looked at her. The seal must be tested slowly. If rushed, catastrophic failure remains possible. Sakura wiped at her eyes angrily. I know, I hate that I know. Inside the seal, Kurama opened one eye. You could sound happier, he said. Naruto did not move. I am cautious. You are terrified. Naruto's smoke stilled. Kurama did not soften the words. Not of dying. You were always stupid about that. You are afraid of leaving the post and discovering you do not know what to be when you are not useful. Naruto said nothing. Outside, his friends waited. Friends, the word still felt structurally imprecise. But no other word had survived as long. Naruto looked at them through the thinning smoke. Sakura, who had turned useful into human and never let him retreat fully from that correction. Kakashi, who had brought a vest every month because ceremony mattered when words failed. Sasuke, who had left, returned, and somehow understood the violence of being allowed to choose wrong. Tsunade, who had never let him pretend medical stability was the same as being fine. Uruka, who would visit next month and probably cry when he heard. And Kurama, who was not his weapon, not his prisoner, not his friend in the easy sense, but his partner in the only sense that had mattered at the edge of the world. Naruto inhaled, exhaled. The smoke curled upward, thinner than before. For a moment it took shape. Not the 10 tails, not the fox. Not the boy who wanted to be Hokage and never existed. A man in a marine coat walking into fog, broad shoulders. White smoke. Justice on his back. Naruto watched the shape drift. It did not feel like a ghost leaving. It felt like a chase ending. Sasuke saw it. His eyes narrowed. Who was that? Naruto watched the smoke dissolve. Someone unfinished. Sakura stepped closer to the boundary. And now, Naruto looked at the field, the village beyond, the people waiting. The answer did not come from Smoker alone, or Naruto alone, or Kurama. It came from the thing they had all become by refusing to disappear. Now we keep working. The outer smoke thinned another inch, not enough to free him, enough to promise that locks, too, could change shape with time. Years later, academy students would learn 2 things on their first day. The name of the Hokage, and the name of the man in the smoke. One changed every decade, the other did not. They would learn that the northern forest was forbidden, not because evil lived there, but because duty did. They would learn that Naruto Uzumaki had never asked to be loved by the village, never chased applause, never stood on rooftops shouting dreams into the sky. He had simply stood his post, again, and again, and again, until even the monsters had to admit the lock was stronger than the cage. And on clear mornings, when the wind moved gently through the trees and the black haze softened to gray, some students swore they could see him at the center of the field, sitting still, breathing slowly, smoke curling around him like a coat, not waiting to be rescued, not waiting to be praised. Only watching the horizon with calm blue eyes, as if somewhere beyond the trees another problem had appeared, another fire had started, another chase had begun. And when the smoke rose, it no longer looked like ash. It looked like a path. Naruto opened his eyes. Inside him, Kurama stirred. Outside, the village lived. The man in the smoke exhaled once and said quietly to the fox, to the dead, to the world that had taken one child and made another, "All right." The smoke curled upward. Let's keep working. Final line, the smoke never fully cleared over the northern forest. The new maps marked it as a no-entry zone. The students learned in their first year of the academy two things: the name of the hawkage and the name of the man in the smoke. One changed every decade, the other did not.